Hi, friends. Welcome to my channel. Tonight, as the world around you becomes quieter, something remarkable begins inside you. The lights grow dim. The room settles. The sounds of the day slowly disappear into the distance. And perhaps, without even noticing the exact moment it happens, your eyes become heavy. Your breathing becomes softer. Your thoughts begin to wander, and the boundary between being awake and being asleep slowly fades. But while you rest, your body does not simply switch off. Far from it. Inside you, thousands of tiny processes continue. Your heart keeps its patient rhythm. Your lungs continue drawing air inward and sending it gently back out. Your brain changes its patterns of activity. Your muscles relax. Your temperature shifts. Hormones rise and fall. Memories are examined. Some connections become stronger. Others become quieter. And somewhere in the darkness behind your closed eyes, your dreaming mind may begin to build entire worlds. So tonight, rather than simply falling asleep, let us quietly travel through sleep itself, not as a lecture, not as a list of facts, but as a slow journey through the hidden night inside your own body. You do not need to remember everything. You do not need to concentrate. You can simply listen and allow the story to move gently around you. Perhaps you are already lying comfortably. Maybe there is a blanket resting lightly across you. Maybe the room is cool. Maybe somewhere outside, a distant vehicle passes, or a fan hums softly, or rain touches a window with tiny, irregular taps. Whatever surrounds you tonight, let it remain exactly as it is. There is nothing you need to change, nothing you need to solve. For now, you can simply rest. And as we begin, imagine that your bedroom has become very still. The familiar objects around you remain where they have always been. The walls, the ceiling, the curtains, the quiet shape of the furniture. But inside your body, a different landscape is beginning to appear. A landscape made not of mountains and rivers, but of electrical signals, chemical messengers, cells, blood vessels, and rhythmic waves of activity. You cannot see this hidden world, yet it is working every night, and it has been doing so for as long as humans have existed. Long before electric lights, long before clocks, long before people understood what the brain was doing. Human beings slept beneath the changing sky. Ancient people watched darkness arrive with the setting sun. They watched stars emerge. They listened to nighttime insects. They heard wind moving through trees. They slept beside fires, inside shelters, under woven blankets, beneath open skies. And although they could not see the machinery of sleep, their bodies followed the same ancient rhythm. Day, then night, wakefulness, then rest. And somewhere deep within the nervous system, a biological clock kept time. Today, we understand much more about this clock. Yet even now, sleep retains something wonderfully mysterious. Because every night, you surrender conscious control. You close your eyes. You become less aware of the room. And for several hours, your brain moves through a carefully organized sequence of states. It is almost like traveling through a country while the lights are turned off, with different regions becoming active at different moments, and different systems taking their turn. The first step is surprisingly gentle. You do not simply fall from wakefulness into deep sleep. Instead, you drift. Imagine lying beside a calm lake at dusk. At first, you can still see the shoreline clearly. You can hear the birds. You know where you are. Then the light becomes softer. The edges of things begin to blur. The reflections on the water grow longer. Your attention wanders. A thought appears, then another, and perhaps a completely unrelated image suddenly comes into your mind. This is somewhat like the beginning of sleep. Your brain begins moving away from the alert patterns of wakefulness. Your muscles relax. Your breathing becomes more regular. Your heart rate begins to slow, and your awareness of the outside world gradually decreases. This earliest stage of sleep is called N1. It is the lightest stage. You may still be easily awakened. Sometimes you may even feel as though you were not asleep at all. You might hear a sound in the room, notice a change in your position, or suddenly realize that a thought has carried you somewhere strange. The mind at this point can be wonderfully loose. Images may appear without warning. A familiar room might briefly transform into another place. A face may appear. A sentence may form without making much sense. And sometimes the body makes a small, sudden movement. A finger twitches. A leg shifts. Or you may experience the strange sensation of falling, followed by a tiny physical jerk. These experiences can happen as the brain crosses the boundary between wakefulness and sleep. There is nothing you need to do about them. They are simply signs that the nervous system is changing state. And then, you drift a little deeper. The outside world becomes quieter. The brain enters another stage called N2 sleep. This stage occupies a large portion of a typical night's sleep. Your muscles become more relaxed. Your heart rate slows. Your body temperature drops slightly. And the brain begins producing distinctive patterns of electrical activity. Among these are brief bursts known as sleep spindles. They are tiny episodes of coordinated brain activity, lasting only a moment. Yet they are part of the remarkable organization of sleeping brain networks. There are also brief, larger patterns called K-complexes. These can occur naturally during sleep and are thought to play roles in maintaining sleep and responding to the environment. You might never notice any of this. You could be completely unaware that your brain is producing these organized electrical patterns. And that is part of the beauty of sleep. So much can happen without your conscious participation. While the sleeping mind becomes quieter, the body continues its quiet work. Your heart keeps beating. Your lungs continue moving. Blood travels through an enormous network of vessels. Cells continue using energy. Tissues continue their ordinary maintenance. And the brain, rather than simply becoming inactive, is changing its mode of operation. Imagine a great city at night. During the day, roads are crowded. Buildings are full of movement. Messages travel everywhere. People talk. Machines operate. Lights shine from thousands of windows. But late at night, the city becomes different. The streets empty. Some buildings become dark. Others remain active. Maintenance crews begin their work. Quiet trains move through tunnels. Electricity continues flowing. Water continues through pipes. The city is not dead. It is simply operating differently. Sleep is somewhat like that. The brain does not close its doors. It changes the kind of work it performs. And as the night deepens, you may enter the slowest and deepest stages of non-REM sleep. This is often called slow-wave sleep. Here, the electrical activity of large populations of neurons becomes slower and more synchronized. The brain produces broad waves that move across its networks. Your muscles are deeply relaxed. Your breathing becomes slow and steady. Your heart beats more slowly than it did during the day, and waking you becomes more difficult. If someone gently called your name during this stage, you might not respond immediately. You may be deeply immersed in sleep, as though resting beneath a quiet ocean. And this is where our journey can slow down, because deep sleep is one of the most peaceful states the human body can enter. Imagine a dark ocean at night. The surface is almost perfectly calm. Far above, moonlight touches the water. But below the surface, the ocean becomes another world. There are slow currents, gentle movements, layers of water passing through one another. Nothing appears hurried. Nothing needs to happen quickly. And deep within your sleeping brain, something similar is taking place. Slow electrical waves travel through networks of neurons. The brain is coordinating its activity across large regions. The body is conserving energy, and many of the systems involved in everyday alertness have become quieter. This is one reason deep sleep can feel so different from ordinary rest. It is not merely lying still. It is a distinct biological state. And during this state, the body can devote resources to maintenance and recovery. Growth hormone secretion is particularly associated with deep sleep. This hormone has important roles in growth and tissue maintenance. For children and teenagers, sleep is especially important because the body and brain are still developing rapidly. But adults also require sleep. Even after physical growth has finished, cells still need maintenance. Tissues still experience ordinary wear. The immune system continues its work. The brain continues adapting. And the body continues responding to the experiences of the day. So when you sleep, you are not wasting time. You are giving the body a different kind of time. A time when many ordinary demands become quieter, and internal processes can take center stage. Perhaps now, your own breathing has slowed a little. Perhaps your shoulders have become softer. Maybe your hands are resting more heavily against the bed. If you notice these things, you do not need to change them. Just let them be. Because the body is remarkably good at finding its own rhythm when you stop asking it to perform. And sleep, more than almost any other state, is an example of the body taking care of itself without conscious instruction. You do not have to tell your heart to beat. You do not have to remember to breathe. You do not have to command your stomach to digest. And when you are asleep, you do not have to supervise the brain. It knows how to continue. As the night progresses, your sleep does not remain at one depth. Instead, you move through cycles. A typical sleep cycle includes non-REM stages followed by REM sleep. The exact timing changes from person to person and from night to night, but over several hours. Your brain moves repeatedly through these different states. Early in the night, deep slow-wave sleep tends to occupy more of the cycle. Later in the night, REM sleep becomes more prominent. It is almost as though the architecture of the night changes as morning approaches. The first part of the night belongs more strongly to deep physical restoration. The later part becomes increasingly rich in dreaming. And all the while, you remain mostly unaware of the enormous transition taking place inside your head. Eventually, the brain enters REM sleep. REM stands for rapid eye movement. During this state, your eyes move beneath your closed eyelids. Your brain becomes highly active. Dreaming is especially common and often particularly vivid during REM sleep. The strange thing is that the body behaves very differently from the brain. The brain may be active, yet most of your skeletal muscles are temporarily inhibited. This is called REM atonia. It helps prevent most of the physical movements you might otherwise make while dreaming. Imagine dreaming that you are walking through a forest. In the dream, you may feel your feet touching the ground. You may imagine lifting an arm. You may hear leaves beneath your shoes. Perhaps you are climbing a hill, or swimming through warm water, or floating above a quiet city. Yet your actual body remains lying in bed. Your brain creates the experience, while the body remains largely still. It is one of the strangest and most beautiful arrangements in biology. A world can exist inside your mind, while your physical body remains motionless in darkness. Dreams have fascinated humans for thousands of years. Ancient civilizations treated dreams as messages. Philosophers wondered whether dreams revealed hidden truths. Artists painted dreamlike landscapes. Writers turned dreams into stories. And scientists eventually began measuring the sleeping brain. Today, we know that dreams are closely associated with brain activity during REM sleep. But dreaming is not limited exclusively to REM. Dream experiences can occur during other stages as well. Their content may vary. Sometimes dreams are vivid and emotional. Sometimes they are fragmented. Sometimes you wake with only a single image, a sound, a feeling, or nothing at all. And most dreams disappear quickly. You may awaken in the morning with the vague sense that something happened during the night. Yet within a few minutes, the entire dream may fade. Why? The exact mechanisms of dream memory are still being studied. But one reason may be that the brain systems involved in forming and storing memories operate differently during sleep. The sleeping brain is not simply recording everything that happens. It is selecting, processing, reorganizing, and sometimes letting go. This brings us to one of the most fascinating roles of sleep: memory. During the day, your brain encounters an enormous stream of information. Faces, voices, words, locations, movements, smells, emotions, facts, conversations. Tiny details that you never consciously notice. If you remembered every single moment with equal strength, your mind would become overwhelmed. So the brain needs a way to organize experience. Sleep appears to help with this process. Researchers have found that sleep supports several forms of memory. Some memories become more stable. Some skills become easier to perform. And information learned during the day can be reorganized during sleep. Imagine your mind as a room filled with papers. During the day, new papers arrive constantly. They pile up on tables. Some contain important information. Others are temporary notes. Some are things you need tomorrow. Others will never matter again. At night, the room becomes quiet. And in this metaphor, sleep gives the brain time to sort through the piles. Important information may be integrated into existing knowledge. Connections between memories may become stronger. Unnecessary details may become less prominent. The exact biological processes are complex, but the basic idea is wonderfully simple. Sleep helps the brain learn from the day. So when you study something, practice a new skill, learn a new route, or experience something meaningful, sleep becomes part of what happens afterward. The day may be over, but the brain's work with that day is not necessarily finished. This is one reason you may sometimes wake up knowing something more clearly than you did the night before. A problem that seemed confusing in the evening may suddenly feel simpler. A melody you practiced may feel easier. A new movement may become more natural. A piece of information may seem to have settled into place. Sleep did not magically solve the problem. Rather, the brain continued processing information while you rested. And perhaps that is one of the gentlest surprises of sleep. You can stop working, and your brain can keep working for you. Not consciously, not noisily, but quietly, in the background. As you continue drifting, let us move deeper into the sleeping brain. Inside your skull, billions of neurons communicate using electrical and chemical signals. During waking life, these networks support everything from simple movements to complex thoughts. You can recognize a face. You can understand a sentence. You can imagine tomorrow. You can remember yesterday. You can decide to turn a page, lift a cup, or close your eyes. All of these experiences depend on coordinated activity among enormous numbers of neurons. And during sleep, the pattern changes. Some networks become quieter, others remain active. Some forms of communication are reduced, others become highly synchronized. The brain is never simply one thing. It is a collection of interacting systems, each with its own rhythm, each responding to the changing state of the whole organism. One of the structures deeply involved in sleep is the hypothalamus. It is a small region near the center of the brain, yet it plays important roles in regulating many basic functions. Among them is the sleep-wake cycle. Within the hypothalamus is a tiny group of cells called the suprachiasmatic nucleus. Its name is difficult, but its job is easier to imagine. It acts as an important part of the body's central clock, and the clock takes its cues largely from light. When morning arrives, light enters your eyes. Specialized cells in the retina detect environmental light and send information toward the brain. This helps the biological clock understand whether it is day or night. As evening approaches, the changing light environment helps signal that nighttime is near. And another familiar molecule enters the story: melatonin. Melatonin is a hormone produced primarily by the pineal gland. Its production generally increases in darkness. It does not simply knock you unconscious like a switch. Instead, melatonin helps communicate information about biological night. It is part of the body's timing system. Imagine an old lighthouse keeper watching the horizon. He does not create the night. He simply recognizes its arrival and adjusts the lamps accordingly. In a similar way, your biological clock does not force the sun to set. It responds to the cycle of light and darkness and helps coordinate the body's internal rhythms. As evening becomes night, melatonin levels typically rise. Body temperature begins to fall. Sleepiness becomes stronger, and the body gradually prepares for rest. Then, as morning light returns, melatonin production decreases. The biological clock begins shifting the body toward wakefulness. This daily rhythm is called the circadian rhythm. The word comes from Latin roots meaning approximately around a day. It is not perfectly exact. It can be influenced by light, activity, food, stress, age, and many other factors. But the basic rhythm is deeply built into human biology. You carry a clock inside you, even when you cannot hear it ticking. Now imagine that the night has become very deep. The room around you is dark. The world outside has quieted. And inside your body, The circadian rhythm has moved you toward its nighttime state. Your heart continues beating. Your lungs move gently. Your muscles remain relaxed. Your brain moves between stages of sleep. And your internal temperature remains slightly lower than it was during the day. But another quiet process deserves our attention. The brain itself needs housekeeping. For a long time, scientists understood that the brain has an enormous need for energy. It consumes a substantial amount of the body's available energy, even though it represents only a small fraction of total body mass. And all that activity produces metabolic waste. So, how does the sleeping brain manage its internal environment? One important piece of the story involves fluid movement through the brain. Researchers have described a system known as the glymphatic system, a network associated with the movement of cerebrospinal fluid and the clearance of certain waste products from brain tissue. The details are still being studied, and scientists continue to refine their understanding. But sleep appears to be an important state for this type of brain housekeeping. It is another reminder that sleep is active. While you lie still, your brain is not simply sitting there waiting for morning. It is maintaining itself, organizing information, adjusting connections, changing chemical balances, and supporting the conditions needed for healthy brain function. Think of a quiet library after closing time. During the day, people enter and leave. Books are opened, pages turn, questions are asked, notes are written. But after the doors close, the library staff begins another kind of work. Books are returned to their places. Tables are cleared. Dust is removed. Lights are checked. The building prepares for another day. Your brain has its own version of nighttime maintenance. It is much more complicated than a library, of course, but the metaphor captures something important. The quiet hours are not empty. They are useful. They are part of the system. And while you sleep, your body is preparing for the next day before you even know that morning is coming. Soon, perhaps the night will reach its middle. You may have completed several sleep cycles without knowing it. At some point, you might briefly wake. Perhaps you roll over. Perhaps you pull the blanket closer. Perhaps you open your eyes for only a few seconds. These brief awakenings are common. You may remember them, or you may not. The brain is constantly monitoring the environment, even during sleep. It does not completely disconnect from the outside world. A sudden loud sound may wake you. A change in temperature may influence your sleep. A familiar voice may attract your attention. The body remains capable of responding, but under normal conditions. The brain protects sleep by reducing awareness of ordinary background sensations. A distant car, a refrigerator humming, the soft movement of air, the occasional creak of a building. These sounds can become part of the background, while the sleeping brain continues its journey. And perhaps now, you can imagine yourself floating gently through the different layers of sleep. First, the light edge of N1, then the quieter world of N2, then the deep, slow waves of restorative sleep, then the vivid electrical activity of REM. And again, the cycle begins, one state flowing into another, like waves moving toward a shore, each wave different, yet part of the same endless rhythm. The night is not one long, uniform sleep. It is a sequence, a pattern, a carefully organized dance. And every person experiences it slightly differently. Age changes sleep architecture. So does the timing of bedtime, the environment, recent experiences, physical activity, illness, stress, medications, and many other factors can influence what happens during the night. Yet beneath all those differences, the fundamental machinery remains remarkably similar. Humans sleep. We always have. And our biology is deeply shaped around it. Long before modern science, people noticed that sleep mattered. Animals sleep too. Birds sleep. Mammals sleep. Reptiles sleep. Even creatures with very different nervous systems show states that resemble rest or sleep. Sleep seems to be ancient. It is not a luxury invented by modern humans. It is woven into life. And that raises a beautiful question. Why would evolution preserve a state in which an animal becomes less responsive to the environment? At first glance, sleep seems inconvenient. A sleeping animal cannot easily search for food. It cannot actively explore. It cannot react as quickly. Yet sleep appears to provide benefits so important that it has persisted across enormous stretches of evolutionary history. The answer is not one single function. Sleep supports many processes: brain function, memory, learning, emotional regulation, metabolism, immune activity, physical restoration, and countless other biological systems. Sleep is not just one task. It is more like a nightly meeting, where many systems of the body come together. Imagine the human body as a vast orchestra. During the day, many instruments are playing, some loudly, some softly. The brain is making decisions. The muscles are moving. The eyes are scanning the world. The digestive system is processing food. The immune system is watching for threats. The heart is delivering blood. The hormones are responding to changing demands. Then evening comes. The conductor changes the arrangement. Some instruments become quiet. Others take the lead. The tempo slows. The pattern changes. But the orchestra never completely stops. That is sleep, a different arrangement of the same living system. And perhaps this is why the phrase doing nothing is such a poor description of sleep. When you sleep, you may look completely still, but stillness is not an activity. A tree may appear still while water moves through its roots. A lake may appear motionless while currents travel beneath the surface. A sleeping person may appear completely quiet, while billions of cells continue communicating. The body is alive in every second, even in the deepest sleep. Now let us return to the brain. One of the most fascinating changes during sleep involves the balance between different brain systems. During waking life, your attention is often directed outward. You look at the world. You listen. You respond. You make plans. You interact with people. During sleep, that outward focus diminishes. The brain becomes less concerned with the immediate environment. Instead, internal processes become more prominent. Memories may be reactivated. Emotional experiences may be processed. Associations may form. And in dreams, the brain can generate experiences that feel completely real while you are inside them. A dream does not need a physical landscape. It only needs neural activity capable of creating one. A bedroom can become a forest. A familiar street can become a strange city. A person you have not seen in years can suddenly appear beside you. Gravity can disappear. Time can change. You may speak without moving your mouth. You may run without moving your legs. The dream world follows its own rules. And when you wake, it may dissolve almost instantly, like mist beneath morning sunlight. There is something deeply peaceful about that. A dream can exist and then vanish. No photograph remains. No physical object is left behind. Only the possibility that somewhere inside your sleeping brain, for a brief moment, you experienced another world. And perhaps tonight, you will dream too. Maybe you will remember. Maybe you will not. Either way, your brain can continue its nighttime journey. As the hours pass, the balance between deep sleep and REM sleep gradually changes. The first cycles of the night usually contain more deep sleep. Later cycles tend to contain longer periods of REM. This is one reason dreams may become especially memorable toward morning. If you wake naturally after a REM period, you may have a better chance of remembering a dream. But if you wake from another stage, the dream may be gone before you even open your eyes. The brain moves on. Morning arrives. Light enters the room. The circadian system begins shifting. Melatonin falls. Your body temperature begins to rise. Your alertness gradually increases. And the long journey through sleep begins to end. But before we reach morning, there is still much more to explore. Because sleep does not only change the brain, it reaches into almost every corner of the body. Your immune system, your hormones, your metabolism, your muscles, your cardiovascular system, even the way you experience hunger and fullness. All of these systems interact with sleep, and throughout the rest of our journey, we will move quietly through them, one by one. For now, though, there is nowhere else you need to go. The night is still around you. The bed beneath you is still supporting you. Your breathing continues, softly, steadily, without instruction, and perhaps your thoughts are becoming less organized. That is perfectly fine. You do not need to follow every sentence. You can let the words drift past, like clouds moving across a dark sky. Imagine that you are lying beneath a quiet night. Above you, the stars are distant and patient. Below you, the earth turns slowly, and inside your body, another rhythm continues. A rhythm that began long before you were born. A rhythm shared by countless generations. Every night, you enter it. Every morning, you emerge. And while you are away from the ordinary world, your body continues its silent work. The heart keeps time. The lungs breathe. The brain reorganizes. The cells maintain themselves. The memories settle. The dreams come and go. And somewhere in the darkness, your biological clock waits patiently for the return of light. So for now, let the night continue. There is nothing to accomplish, nothing to remember, nothing to solve. Just rest and allow the remarkable machinery of sleep to carry you onward, deeper and quieter, through the hidden world that begins when you close your eyes. And now, as the night continues, let us follow another quiet thread through the sleeping body, the heart. During the day, your heart works without pause. With every beat, it sends blood through a vast network of vessels, delivering oxygen and nutrients to tissues throughout the body. You rarely notice this work. You do not need to. The heart simply continues, beat after beat, hour after hour, year after year. But when you enter sleep, the demands placed upon the cardiovascular system change. Your body is no longer walking through a busy street. You are not climbing stairs. You are not carrying something heavy. You are not speaking excitedly with another person. The muscles are mostly still. The brain is moving through different patterns. And the heart can settle into a quieter rhythm. During non-REM sleep, heart rate generally slows compared with wakefulness. Blood pressure also tends to decrease. The body enters a state in which many of the systems associated with daytime activity become less demanding. Imagine a great river after sunset. During the day, sunlight reveals every ripple. Boats move across the surface. People gather along the banks. Wind pushes the water in different directions. But at night, the river becomes darker. The current continues, yet everything around it becomes calmer. Your cardiovascular system is somewhat like that. The river never stops flowing. The heart never stops beating. But the rhythm of the night is different. Then REM sleep arrives, and the picture changes again. During REM, the brain becomes highly active. The body may show temporary changes in heart rate and breathing. The rhythm can become less regular than it was during deep non-REM sleep. This makes sense when you remember what the brain may be doing during dreams. Perhaps you are running across a strange landscape. Perhaps you are speaking to someone. Perhaps you are flying. The dream itself can be filled with movement and emotion, even while the body remains almost completely still. The sleeping brain is creating an internal experience, and the cardiovascular system responds to the changing activity of the nervous system. Yet you remain safely supported by the bed, still, quiet, unaware. Now let us travel downward, from the heart to the lungs. Every breath you take while awake can feel automatic. You inhale. Air enters the lungs. You exhale. Air leaves again. But when you sleep, you stop consciously paying attention to breathing. You do not count the breaths. You do not decide when the next one should begin. The brainstem handles the basic rhythm automatically. Deep inside the brain, networks of neurons continuously monitor the body's needs. They respond to levels of carbon dioxide and other chemical signals, and they adjust breathing accordingly. So even when consciousness disappears, the machinery of respiration continues. Imagine a small lighthouse on a distant coast. The keeper does not need to shout every few seconds. Light on, light off. The system has its own rhythm. The light continues. The same is true of breathing. You can sleep, and the respiratory system keeps working. In and out, in and out. A quiet movement that has accompanied you through every night of your life. Perhaps you can notice your own breath now, not because you need to control it, just because you are listening. A gentle rise, then a gentle fall. The chest moves. The air passes, and then another breath comes. There is something wonderfully reassuring about realizing how much of life continues without conscious effort. You do not have to supervise every breath. You do not have to supervise every heartbeat. And you do not have to supervise sleep itself. The body has systems for this. Ancient systems, refined over millions of years. Now imagine the bloodstream. With every heartbeat, blood travels outward through arteries. It reaches tiny vessels called capillaries. There, oxygen and nutrients can move toward tissues, while waste products travel away. Then blood returns through veins and eventually reaches the heart again. This enormous circulation continues while you sleep. Inside your body, there is no true silence. Even when the bedroom is completely quiet, the blood is moving. The lungs are exchanging gases. The kidneys are filtering blood. The liver is processing substances. The digestive system continues its work. Cells are maintaining their internal machinery. The immune system remains active, You may look completely still from the outside, but internally, you are a living landscape, and sleep gives this landscape a different rhythm. Your digestive system, for example, behaves differently depending on whether you have recently eaten. If dinner was several hours ago, the food has already moved through different stages of digestion. The stomach has processed much of its contents. The small intestine has absorbed nutrients. The liver has continued its metabolic work, and the body is gradually shifting toward the next phase of its daily cycle. Sleep and metabolism are closely connected. The body does not simply separate sleep from everything else. Instead, sleep interacts with nearly every major biological system: your energy balance, your hormones, your appetite, your temperature, your immune responses. All of these systems communicate with one another. It is more like a web than a collection of separate machines. Pull one thread, and other threads respond. This becomes especially interesting when we consider hunger. Have you ever noticed that a night of poor sleep can sometimes make food seem more tempting the next day? Scientists have found connections between sleep and hormones involved in appetite and energy regulation. Two well-known hormones are ghrelin and leptin. Ghrelin is associated with signals of hunger. Leptin is involved in signaling energy stores and satiety. Sleep loss can influence these systems. Although human appetite regulation is complex and involves many signals, so sleep is not merely about feeling rested. It can also influence how your body regulates energy. This is another reason the sleeping hours matter. Your body is not simply waiting for breakfast. It is continuously adjusting itself. Now let us move gently toward the immune system. You can think of the immune system as a vast security network. It is spread throughout your body. It includes specialized cells, proteins, organs, and chemical signals. Together, these components help recognize and respond to things that do not belong. During the day, the immune system is constantly active, but sleep appears to interact with immune regulation in important ways. The relationship goes in both directions. When you are sick, you may feel unusually sleepy. That is not necessarily an accident. Illness can alter the body's signaling systems, and those signals can influence sleep. At the same time, sleep supports normal immune function. So when you lie beneath a blanket while recovering from an illness, the desire to sleep may be part of the body's broader response. The body is asking for quiet, for stillness, for time. Imagine a small village after a storm. During the storm, everything is urgent. People secure doors, repair roofs, move fallen branches, check the roads. But once the wind has passed, the village becomes quiet again. People begin repairing what needs attention. They sweep the paths. They replace broken pieces. They restore what was disturbed. Sleep is not exactly like this, but the metaphor helps us understand why rest matters. The body is always experiencing small forms of wear and change. Sleep provides a period when many demands are reduced, and that quieter environment supports recovery. Now let us return to the brain, because there is another fascinating feature of sleep. Your brain does not treat every memory equally. Suppose you spent your day walking through a busy city. You saw hundreds of faces, thousands of signs, many vehicles, countless sounds. You probably will not remember most of them, yet you may remember one particular conversation, one beautiful sunset, a surprising event, a new name, a difficult problem, a melody. The brain must decide what matters. Sleep appears to be part of that selection process. During sleep, patterns of activity associated with recent experiences can be reactivated. This is sometimes described as memory replay. The brain may effectively revisit fragments of recent learning, not as a conscious story, but as patterns of neural activity, a skill you practiced, a place you explored, a piece of information you studied, may be processed again while you sleep. Imagine a musician practicing a piano piece. During the afternoon, the notes are difficult, the fingers hesitate, the rhythm is uneven, but the musician keeps practicing. Then night comes. The piano becomes silent. The room is dark. Yet the nervous system does not necessarily forget what happened during practice. The brain continues working with the patterns that were created. The next morning, the fingers may find the sequence a little more naturally. The improvement did not happen because the person consciously practiced while sleeping. Instead, sleep helped consolidate what had already been learned. This is one reason sleep is so important for learning. It is not simply the time before tomorrow's lesson. It is part of the lesson. And perhaps you can think of your own memories now. Not specific memories you need to retrieve, just the idea of them. A childhood room, a familiar voice, the smell of rain, a road you have traveled many times, a face you recognize immediately. All of these experiences are represented by patterns of activity within the brain. And while you sleep, some of those patterns may be revisited. Others may become less prominent. Some may connect with older memories. The brain is continually reorganizing itself. This ability to change is called plasticity. Neural connections are not completely fixed. They can strengthen, weaken, change, reorganize. And sleep is one of the states in which this ongoing process becomes particularly important. Now imagine a forest at night. During daylight, you can see the trees clearly, but beneath the soil, roots continue growing. Fungi connect with roots. Water moves through hidden channels. Tiny organisms work beneath leaves. The visible forest is only part of the forest. Your sleeping brain is similar. The thoughts you consciously experience are only the surface. Beneath them, vast networks continue their quiet activity. You do not see it. You do not feel it, but it is there. And now, perhaps your own thoughts are becoming softer. Maybe you have stopped wondering what the next sentence will say. Maybe you are simply listening. That is enough. You can allow the story to become background noise, something gentle moving through the room. Let us travel now toward the emotional side of sleep. The human brain is deeply connected to emotion, joy, sadness, fear, curiosity, affection, surprise. Memory and emotion are intertwined. And sleep appears to help regulate emotional processing. After a difficult day, a good night's sleep may make an experience feel different the next morning. The event itself has not changed, but your brain has had time to process it. This does not mean sleep magically removes difficult feelings. It does not. Human emotions are far too complex for that. But healthy sleep can support the brain systems involved in emotional regulation. It gives the mind time away from constant incoming demands. Imagine carrying a small collection of stones. Each stone represents something from the day: a conversation, a responsibility, a mistake, a worry, a happy moment, a question. You carry them through the afternoon. Then evening comes. You put them beside the bed. For a while, you still think about them. But eventually, sleep arrives. The stones remain where they are, yet you are no longer holding them. Morning may bring them back, but perhaps they feel slightly different. Perhaps some are lighter. Perhaps some no longer seem as important. And perhaps one or two have become easier to understand. Sleep cannot solve every problem, but sometimes it gives the brain enough distance to approach the problem differently. There is another remarkable thing about sleep. Your sense of time changes. When you are awake, you usually have some awareness of time passing. You know whether it is morning or afternoon. You can estimate how long you have been sitting somewhere. But during deep sleep, hours can disappear. You close your eyes, and what feels like a short moment later, morning light is entering the room. The clock may tell you that 7 or 8 hours have passed, but your conscious experience of that time may be almost non-existent. It is as if the mind has temporarily stepped outside ordinary time. Imagine entering a quiet train at midnight. You sit by the window. The train begins moving. Outside, lights pass. Then your eyes close. You drift into sleep. And when you wake, the landscape has changed. The journey happened, even though you did not consciously experience most of it. Sleep is somewhat like that. Your body continues traveling through time, even when your awareness has stepped away. And this brings us to one of the most interesting mysteries. What exactly is consciousness during sleep? When you are awake, you have a continuous sense of being yourself. You know where you are. You can think about your past. You can imagine the future. You can observe your surroundings. But in deep sleep, that ordinary self-awareness becomes extremely faint. You are still alive. Your brain is active. Your body is functioning. Yet the conscious experience of the world may disappear almost entirely. Then, during dreaming, a strange form of consciousness may return. You can experience yourself somewhere else. You may see landscapes, hear voices, feel movement, experience emotions, but you may not realize that you are dreaming. The dream world can feel completely natural while it is happening. Only after waking, do you realize how strange it was. Some people experience lucid dreams. During a lucid dream, the dreamer becomes aware that they are dreaming while the dream continues. They may realize, this is a dream. Sometimes this awareness allows them to influence parts of the dream. Lucid dreaming is a fascinating subject of sleep research, but most dreams are not lucid. Most of the time, we simply enter the dream world without questioning it, and then we wake. Morning eventually comes, but before it does, the sleeping body continues through several more cycles. Deep sleep becomes less dominant. REM periods become longer. The brain becomes increasingly active. Dreams may become more vivid. And the distance between sleep and wakefulness begins to narrow. The body temperature slowly rises. The biological clock begins responding to the approaching morning. Hormonal signals shift, and light, when it reaches the eyes, provides one of the strongest signals that a new day has arrived. Imagine the first pale light appearing beyond a distant horizon. At first, the night sky remains dark. Then a faint gray begins to spread. The shapes of trees become visible. The horizon softens. Birds begin to stir. And slowly, the world becomes recognizable again. Something similar happens inside you. Your brain gradually increases its readiness for wakefulness. The systems that support alert attention begin becoming more active. The sleeping architecture starts to dissolve, and eventually, you cross the boundary again, from dream to awareness, from darkness to morning, from sleep to another day. Perhaps you wake naturally. Your eyes open slowly. You notice the ceiling, the room, the blanket, the sounds outside. For a moment, you may still carry a fragment of the dream. Then it fades. The world returns. Your first breath of morning air feels different. Your body stretches. Your muscles begin moving again. The heart adjusts to the demands of activity. The brain becomes more focused on the outside world. And the long nighttime journey is over. At least for now. Because eventually, another evening will come. The light will fade. The biological clock will turn again. And the same ancient journey will begin. Every night, you return to this hidden world. You may never see it. You may never remember most of it. But your body knows the way. The brain knows the sequence. The heart knows the rhythm. The lungs know the rhythm of breathing. And somewhere deep within, the biological clock keeps time. Day becomes night. Wake becomes sleep. Sleep becomes wake. Again, and again, and again. So tonight, if your eyes are already heavy, you can let them remain closed. You do not need to follow the rest of the story perfectly. Let the words become softer. Let the images become less precise. Imagine your body resting beneath the quiet night. Your heart continuing its gentle work. Your lungs moving calmly. Your muscles becoming still. Your brain moving through its quiet cycles. Memories settling. Dreams appearing and disappearing. The outside world becoming distant. And inside you, an entire living universe continuing its work. Nothing is required of you now. You do not need to make sleep happen. You can simply allow yourself to rest. The body already knows what to do. So let the night become deeper, the room become quieter, and your thoughts become slower as you drift gently onward through the remarkable hidden world. That begins when you close your eyes. And as the night moves quietly forward, there is another part of your sleeping life waiting to be explored. Your temperature. It may seem strange to think about body temperature while lying beneath a blanket. After all, you do not usually feel your internal temperature changing during sleep, but your body is constantly adjusting it. Not dramatically, not suddenly, just enough to help your biological systems follow the rhythm of night. During the day, your body temperature is generally higher. You are moving, walking, eating, thinking, working, talking. Your muscles are active. Your metabolism is responding to the demands of waking life. Then evening arrives. The light outside begins to fade. Your circadian clock recognizes the approach of biological night. And gradually, your core body temperature begins to decline. It is a subtle change, but it matters. The body is preparing for sleep. Imagine a large house at the end of a long day. During the afternoon, every room is being used. Lights are on. Windows are open. People are moving from one room to another. Then evening comes. One light goes out. Then another. The house becomes quieter. The heating and cooling systems adjust. The building enters its nighttime state. Your body does something remarkably similar. Not because anyone is turning switches, but because millions of cells are responding to signals from the nervous system and biological clock. One reason this cooling happens is that sleep is easier to maintain when the body can release heat. Blood vessels near the skin can change their diameter. Warm blood can move closer to the body's surface. Heat can escape into the surrounding environment. This is one reason your hands and feet may sometimes feel warm when you become sleepy. Your body is quietly moving heat outward, helping the internal temperature settle. And while this is happening, your brain is preparing for another cycle of sleep. You may never notice any of it. You simply lie there, eyes closed, while your internal systems coordinate themselves. This is one of the most remarkable things about the sleeping body. So many processes happen without conscious awareness. You do not have to understand them for them to work. You do not have to remember them. You do not even have to think about them. They simply happen. Now let us move toward another quiet system. Your muscles. During waking hours, your muscles perform countless small tasks. You stand, you sit, you walk, you reach, you turn your head, you adjust your posture. Even when you think you are sitting completely still, your muscles are making tiny corrections, keeping you balanced, keeping your head upright, keeping your body aligned. But as sleep deepens, muscle activity generally decreases. The body becomes heavier against the mattress. Your shoulders loosen. Your jaw relaxes. Your hands become still. Your legs no longer need to support your weight. And gradually, the effort of holding yourself upright disappears. Think of a rope that has been pulled tight all day. For hours, it remains under tension. Then someone gently releases it. The rope settles. It does not need to hold anything anymore. Sleep gives many of your muscles a similar opportunity. They are no longer required to keep you moving through the world. They can rest. But something fascinating happens during REM sleep. While the brain becomes highly active, many skeletal muscles are temporarily inhibited. This is one of the defining features of REM sleep. The body becomes remarkably still, while the mind may become extraordinarily active. Inside a dream, you might be climbing a mountain, but your legs remain still. You might be swimming through an ocean, but your arms remain against the bed. You might be running across a field, yet your physical body does not run. The dream creates movement, without requiring actual movement. There is something almost poetic about this. The mind can travel, while the body remains home. The brain can cross oceans, while the feet remain beneath a blanket. It can visit distant places, while the bedroom remains completely unchanged. And when morning comes, the journey may vanish. Now let us move deeper into the brain. There is a small structure called the hippocampus. It plays an important role in memory. You can imagine it as one of the brain's important organizing centers for experiences. During the day, new information arrives constantly. You learn names. You see places. You hear sounds. You practice skills. You experience conversations. Some of these experiences matter deeply. Others are ordinary. The hippocampus helps participate in forming memories of these experiences. And during sleep, communication between the hippocampus and other parts of the brain appears to help organize recent memories. Imagine returning to a house after a long journey. You have brought dozens of boxes with you. Some contain important belongings. Others contain things you only picked up temporarily. Some need to remain accessible. Others can be placed away. The first night, the boxes are scattered everywhere. But over time, they are sorted. Important objects find permanent places. Temporary things are removed. Old belongings are connected with new ones. The brain performs its own version of this organization, not with boxes, but with patterns of neural activity. During deep non-REM sleep, slow waves travel through the brain. During certain periods, brief bursts of activity can occur, and researchers have observed patterns suggesting that memories may be reactivated and redistributed during sleep. The process is enormously complicated. Scientists are still learning exactly how all of it works, but the larger picture is clear enough to appreciate. Sleep is deeply connected to learning. The brain uses the night, in part, to work with what happened during the day. So imagine that earlier today, you learned something new. Maybe a name, maybe a route, maybe a new movement, maybe a sentence in another language. You practiced it, and then eventually stopped. The conscious effort ended, but the brain may continue processing the experience while you sleep. That is why sleep is sometimes described as part of learning itself. The lesson does not end when the book closes. The brain continues, quietly, in the darkness. And there is another important process: forgetting. It may sound strange to say that forgetting can be useful, but it is. If the brain stored every detail of every day with equal importance, memory would become impossibly crowded. Imagine remembering every face you passed yesterday, every vehicle, every sound, every word on every sign, every movement of every person around you. You would be carrying an enormous amount of information. Instead, the brain appears to strengthen some memories, while allowing other information to become less prominent. This selective process helps keep memory useful. Sleep is involved in this delicate balancing act. Think of a garden. If every plant were allowed to grow without limit, the garden would eventually become tangled. Some plants would block sunlight from others. Paths would disappear. Everything would compete for space. A healthy garden requires pruning, not because growth is bad, but because selective growth allows the whole system to function better. The brain also needs balance. Connections are strengthened, others are adjusted, networks change, and sleep appears to help regulate this process. Now, let us return to the senses. Even while you sleep, your brain continues receiving information from the outside world. Your ears may still detect sound. Your skin can detect pressure. Your body can sense temperature. Your nose can detect odors. But the way the brain processes these signals changes. During deep sleep, ordinary background information is less likely to bring you fully awake. The brain effectively raises the threshold for attention. This allows sleep to continue. Imagine sitting beside a quiet road at night. At first, every passing vehicle catches your attention. You hear the tires. You notice the headlights. You know exactly when each car passes. But after a while, the sounds become background. Your brain stops treating every sound as important. Sleep does something similar, only much more deeply. The world continues around you, but your brain becomes less interested in responding to it. A soft sound may remain part of the background. A louder sound may wake you. A familiar sound may be ignored. The sleeping brain is constantly making these subtle decisions. It is not completely disconnected. It is selectively disconnected. And that distinction is important, because the sleeping brain must protect you, while also protecting sleep. This is why sudden noises can wake you. A door slams. A glass falls. Someone calls your name. A baby cries. A storm suddenly becomes loud. Your brain can rapidly shift from sleep toward wakefulness. The sleeping state is not a locked room. It is more like a quiet room with a door that can still open. And once the brain decides that waking is necessary, the transition can happen surprisingly quickly. Electrical activity changes. Muscle tone increases. Heart rate may rise. Breathing changes. Awareness returns. And suddenly, you are back. You know where you are. You recognize the room. You know what day it is, at least, after a few sleepy seconds. Sometimes, however, the transition from sleep to wakefulness is not immediate. You may open your eyes, but feel heavy. Your thoughts may be slow. You may not want to move. This temporary state is sometimes called sleep inertia. It is the feeling of being awake, without being completely alert. Your brain is still transitioning. Different systems do not all switch modes at exactly the same instant. It takes a little time. Imagine a large theater after a performance. The curtains open. A few lights come on. The audience begins leaving. But backstage, many systems are still shutting down. Equipment is being turned off. People are moving around. The building is transitioning from one state to another. Waking can be similar. You may be conscious, while your brain is still finishing the transition. Eventually, the fog clears. Your attention becomes sharper. Your movements feel natural again. You sit up, you look around, and another day begins. But while you were asleep, the body accomplished an enormous amount. It maintained circulation. It regulated breathing. It changed hormone levels. It processed information. It supported immune activity. It reorganized memories. It moved through multiple stages of brain activity. And perhaps, it created several dreams that you will never remember. Now, let us look at hormones. Your body uses hormones as chemical messengers. They travel through the bloodstream, carrying instructions from one part of the body to another. Some influence metabolism, some affect growth, some influence reproduction, some help regulate stress. Others participate in the sleep-wake cycle. During sleep, the pattern of hormone release changes. One of the most important examples is growth hormone. Growth hormone secretion is strongly associated with deep sleep. Despite its name, growth hormone is important not only for children. It plays roles in tissue maintenance and metabolism throughout life. During childhood, it supports growth and development. During adulthood, it remains part of the body's normal physiology. The night, therefore, becomes a time when certain hormonal patterns become especially prominent. It is almost like a different chemical landscape, the same body, but a different arrangement of signals. Another hormone closely connected with the sleep-wake cycle is cortisol. Cortisol is often associated with the body's stress response, but it also follows a daily rhythm. Under normal conditions, cortisol tends to be lower around the beginning of the night and rises toward morning. This helps prepare the body for waking. So while you sleep, your internal chemistry is gradually shifting toward the next day. Even before your eyes open, the body can begin preparing you for morning. Imagine a town before sunrise. Most people are still asleep. The streets are quiet. The shops are closed. But somewhere, a bakery has already turned on its lights. Someone is preparing bread. A delivery truck arrives. A street cleaner moves slowly through the empty roads. The town appears asleep, yet morning preparations have already begun. Your body can do something similar, while your conscious mind remains asleep. Internal systems can begin preparing for wakefulness. And then, light arrives. Perhaps sunlight enters through a curtain. Perhaps a lamp turns on. Perhaps the room simply becomes brighter. Light reaches the retina. Specialized cells detect it. Information travels toward the brain's biological clock. And the message is clear. Morning is approaching. The nighttime program begins to change. Melatonin production decreases. Alertness begins rising. Body temperature moves upward. The cardiovascular system prepares for greater activity. The brain becomes more responsive to the outside world. And slowly, the sleeping landscape begins to dissolve. But before you wake completely, you may pass through one final period of REM sleep. Perhaps a dream is unfolding. Maybe you are standing somewhere familiar. Maybe the sky is an unusual color. Maybe someone is speaking. Maybe you are simply watching something you cannot explain. Then, something changes. The dream becomes less stable. The room begins returning. You may hear a real sound. Feel the blanket. Sense your body against the mattress. The dream fades, and your bedroom returns. You open your eyes. For a few seconds, you may remain still. The room looks slightly unfamiliar. Then recognition arrives. You know where you are. You know that morning has come. And somewhere inside your brain, the long sequence of sleep has ended. Yet the story of sleep does not really end here. Because sleep influences what happens after you wake. Your attention, your learning, your mood, your reaction time, your ability to make decisions, your physical performance, all can be influenced by how well you slept. A rested brain is not simply a less tired brain. It is a brain operating under different conditions. Imagine two identical gardens. One receives enough water. The other receives too little. For a while, both may look fine. But over time, the difference becomes obvious. Sleep works somewhat like that. One night of poor sleep may leave you tired. Repeated sleep disruption can affect many aspects of health. The body depends on regular sleep as part of its normal rhythm. That is why sleep is not something to think of as optional background time. It is part of being alive. And perhaps, as you listen now, your own body is already beginning another cycle. Maybe your breathing has become slower. Maybe your thoughts are wandering. Maybe the words are beginning to blend together. You do not need to fight that. You do not need to keep listening carefully. The story can continue without you. Tonight, while you rest, your heart will keep its quiet rhythm. Your lungs will continue their gentle movement. Your body temperature will shift with the night. Your brain will move through cycles. Memories may be reorganized. Dreams may appear. The outside world may become distant. And the biological clock will continue keeping time. You can imagine all of this happening beneath the surface. A sleeping city inside you. Quiet roads. Soft lights. Hidden maintenance. Slow rivers of blood. Tiny electrical signals moving through neural networks. Cells communicating in darkness. Organs continuing their ancient rhythms. Nothing rushed. Nothing demanding your attention. Everything simply continuing, as it has done through countless nights before. And now, as we move deeper into the night, we will leave the larger systems of the body for a while and enter the smallest world of all, the world of individual cells, tiny living structures, so small that millions can exist inside you without your ever seeing them. Each cell has its own machinery, its own membranes, its own chemical reactions, its own energy systems. And while you sleep, these microscopic worlds continue their work. Imagine shrinking down, smaller than a grain of sand, smaller than a dust particle, until the human body becomes an enormous landscape around you. You are standing beside a single cell. Its surface stretches before you like a vast living boundary. Molecules move constantly. Proteins change shape. Chemical signals arrive. Energy is produced. Waste is transported. The cell is alive, and it never truly becomes silent. Inside almost every cell are structures called mitochondria. They help produce the energy that cells need. You could imagine them as tiny power stations. But unlike a city power plant, they are microscopic, and there are enormous numbers of them distributed throughout the body. Every heartbeat, every breath, every thought, every movement depends on cellular energy. And even while you sleep, your cells continue producing and using energy. The body may be still, but life at the microscopic level continues. A muscle cell maintains itself. A liver cell processes molecules. A skin cell follows its own biological program. A neuron communicates with other neurons. A kidney cell participates in filtration. Billions upon billions of cells, each performing its own small part. Together, they create you. And perhaps this is the most peaceful way to understand sleep. You are not a machine being turned off. You are a living ecosystem entering a different state. The body becomes quieter, but it never becomes empty. The brain becomes less connected to the outside world, but more focused on its internal rhythms. The muscles become still, while the cells continue their work. The conscious mind becomes quiet, while the deeper machinery of life continues. So if you are already becoming sleepy, you can let yourself drift. There is no need to reach the end. There is no need to remember the details. The night is long, and the body knows the way. Just breathe gently, rest comfortably, and allow the story to become softer as you move deeper into the quiet science of sleep. And now, let us remain inside that microscopic world for a little while longer. The cell around you is alive with quiet activity. There are no voices here, no footsteps, no clocks, only movement, molecules drifting, proteins changing shape, membranes opening and closing, chemical signals passing from one place to another. And all of it is happening while you sleep. If we could somehow make ourselves small enough, we might discover that the human body is less like a single machine and more like an enormous living civilization. Every cell has a task. Some cells carry oxygen, some produce hormones, some defend against invading organisms, some build bone, some contract muscles, some communicate with neighboring cells. Others constantly replace old or damaged components. And every night, while you are lying peacefully in bed, this microscopic civilization continues operating. There is no central supervisor giving instructions to every cell. Instead, cells communicate through extraordinarily complex networks of chemical and electrical signals. The body coordinates itself. It adapts. It responds. It maintains balance. And sleep becomes one of the conditions under which this enormous network can continue its work. Think of a city at 3 in the morning. From a distance, the city might look almost lifeless. A few windows glow. A handful of vehicles move along empty roads. But underground, electricity continues flowing. Water continues moving through pipes. Hospitals remain open. Communication networks continue operating. Machines maintain themselves. Some workers are still awake. The city has become quieter, but it has not stopped. Your body is similar. From the outside, a sleeping person can look completely inactive, but inside, there is constant motion. And perhaps one of the most extraordinary examples is the immune system. Inside your blood, tiny cells are moving through an enormous network. Some patrol tissues, some communicate with one another, some identify unusual molecules, some respond when the body encounters a threat. Others help remember previous encounters. It is an ancient biological defense system, and it never completely sleeps. But sleep can influence how this system behaves. During healthy sleep, the body coordinates many of the signals involved in immune regulation. This is another reason that rest is so deeply connected with general health. Your body needs time not only to move, but also to regulate itself. Imagine a quiet fortress after midnight. The gates are still guarded. The walls are still standing. Watchmen still move along the paths. But there is far less activity than during the day. The fortress is calm, yet security has not disappeared. The immune system is somewhat like that. Even while you sleep, your body remains aware of its internal environment. And while we are traveling through the body, let us visit the liver. The liver is one of the body's great chemical processing centers. It performs hundreds of important functions. It helps process nutrients. It stores certain substances. It produces proteins. It participates in the breakdown and transformation of many compounds. And it continues working while you sleep. There is no nightly closing time. No sign on the door saying, "Back tomorrow morning." The liver keeps processing. The kidneys continue filtering. The heart continues pumping. The lungs continue exchanging gases. The digestive system continues its own quiet movements. Your body is always open, always operating, always alive. Now imagine the kidneys, two remarkable organs tucked inside your lower back. Their work is easy to overlook, but essential. They filter blood, help regulate fluid balance, and contribute to maintaining the body's internal chemical environment. During sleep, kidney function changes along with the body's overall state. Urine production generally decreases during the night. This is one reason most people can sleep for several hours without needing to visit the bathroom. Again, the body is coordinating itself. The sleeping state influences the kidneys. The kidneys respond, and the whole system remains balanced. It is almost like listening to a great orchestra from behind a closed door. You cannot hear every instrument. You cannot identify every melody, but you can sense that something is happening. The same is true inside you. Most of your body's nighttime work is invisible, yet it is happening continuously. And now, let us move toward the digestive system. Perhaps you ate dinner several hours ago. The food has already begun its journey. In the stomach, digestive processes broke food down. In the small intestine, nutrients were absorbed. The liver and pancreas contributed important substances. The intestines continued moving their contents forward. And by the time you are deeply asleep, the meal that felt so present earlier in the evening may already be far along its journey. Your body does not simply forget about food after you eat. Digestion is a long process, and sleep arrives in the middle of it. The gut itself is an astonishing environment. It contains trillions of microorganisms, including bacteria and other microbes that live alongside you. Together, they form what scientists often call the gut microbiome. These organisms interact with the food you eat, with one another, and with your body. The relationship between sleep and the microbiome is an active area of research. Scientists continue investigating how sleep, circadian rhythms, diet, and gut microorganisms influence one another. The story is still being uncovered, but even now, it is clear that sleep is connected to far more than the brain. The entire body participates. Imagine an enormous garden filled with countless tiny organisms. Some live beneath the soil. Some grow among the roots. Some help break down fallen leaves. Others interact with plants in ways that are difficult to see. The garden is not a collection of separate creatures. It is an ecosystem. Your body is also an ecosystem. You are not alone inside yourself. You live alongside countless microscopic organisms. And every night, that ecosystem continues. Now, let us return to the skin. Your skin is your largest organ. It creates a boundary between the internal world and the outside world. It protects you. It senses temperature and touch. It helps regulate heat. And it is constantly renewing itself. Old cells are shed. New cells replace them. Tiny injuries are repaired. The skin does not wait for you to pay attention. It simply continues. During the day, your skin is exposed to sunlight, wind, dust, friction, temperature changes, and countless other environmental influences. At night, the environment becomes quieter. You are no longer moving through the world. Your skin is resting against fabric, supported by the mattress, surrounded by air, and the body continues its ordinary processes of repair and renewal. Perhaps this is why sleep can feel so different after a long day. During waking hours, the body is constantly interacting with the outside world. At night, that interaction becomes smaller. You are still breathing the same atmosphere, still lying beneath the same roof, still surrounded by the same room. But the demands have changed. The body has fewer external tasks, and that creates space for internal rhythms to become more prominent. Now, let us return to the brain, because there is something else happening there, something that can seem almost magical. The brain changes its connections. Neurons communicate through synapses. A synapse is a tiny junction where one neuron communicates with another. There are enormous numbers of these connections in the human brain. They form networks that support everything from movement, to language, to memory, to imagination. And these networks are not static. They change with experience. When you learn something new, practice a skill, or encounter a new environment, your brain adapts. This is neuroplasticity. Sleep is an important part of that story. Imagine walking through a forest for the first time. There is no clear path. You push through branches. You step around stones. You find your way slowly. But if you walk the same route every day, the path becomes easier to follow. The ground becomes familiar. Your feet know where to go. The brain does something similar with repeated patterns of activity. Practice can strengthen neural pathways. Sleep then helps stabilize and reorganize these changes. The path becomes clearer. The skill becomes more natural. This is why sleep is so important for learning. You might practice a new movement during the afternoon. At first, it feels awkward. Your brain is figuring out the sequence. Your muscles are learning how to respond. The movements require concentration. Then you stop, you sleep, and the next day, something feels different. The movement may be smoother. You may need less conscious attention. Your brain has continued processing the experience. The same principle can apply to information. You read a chapter. You learn a concept. You solve a problem. You close the book, then sleep. During the night, your brain may reactivate elements of what you learned. Some information becomes integrated into existing knowledge. Some details may become less important. The memory becomes part of a larger network. And this brings us to something wonderfully human. The brain does not merely store facts. It creates meaning. A fact can become connected to a place. A place can become connected to a person. A person can become connected to an emotion. An emotion can become connected to a memory. The result is not a simple database. It is a living network of associations. And sleep gives that network time to reorganize. Perhaps you remember a smell from childhood. Maybe it reminds you of a particular room. Maybe the room reminds you of a person. Maybe that person reminds you of a season. Maybe the season reminds you of a sound. Memory travels through these connections. One thing leads to another. The brain is constantly linking experiences. And during sleep, some of those links may be strengthened. Others may fade. This is also one reason dreams can be so strange. The dreaming brain may combine fragments from different memories. A face from one time, a place from another, a feeling from something completely different, all blended into a single experience. The dream does not need to obey the rules of ordinary waking life. It can combine distant pieces. It can change locations instantly. It can create impossible situations. And yet, while you are dreaming, it may feel completely real. Imagine an artist working in a dark studio. There are thousands of photographs scattered across a table. A childhood home, a mountain, a stranger, a road, a blue sky, a family dinner, a storm, a train station. The artist picks pieces from different photographs and combines them into a new scene. The result may look nothing like any single photograph, yet every piece came from somewhere. Dreams can sometimes feel like this, fragments of experience, reassembled into something new. And then, morning arrives, and the artwork disappears, not completely, but enough that you may remember only fragments. A color, a face, a strange feeling, a place you cannot identify, and then even that fades. Perhaps tonight, you will dream of somewhere impossible. Maybe you will walk through a city that does not exist. Maybe you will return to a place from your childhood. Maybe you will meet someone you have not seen in years. Or perhaps, there will be no dream you remember at all. Both are perfectly ordinary. The sleeping brain does not owe you a story. It simply continues its work. Now, let us explore another mystery. Why do we sometimes wake just before the alarm? It can feel almost magical. You look at the clock, and somehow, you woke a minute before it rang. The explanation is not supernatural. Your circadian system provides a powerful internal sense of timing. If you follow a regular schedule, your body can become accustomed to when waking normally occurs. Hormonal rhythms, body temperature, and brain activity all begin shifting before your usual wake time. The body can prepare in advance. Imagine a train arriving at the same station every morning. Even before the train becomes visible, People may begin gathering on the platform. The station knows the schedule. The passengers know the schedule. The arrival is expected. Your body can develop a similar rhythm. If morning usually begins at the same time, your biological systems may begin preparing before the alarm. But the biological clock is not perfect. It can be shifted by travel, nighttime light, irregular schedules, and many other influences. That is why jet lag can feel so strange. Your body may believe it is nighttime, while the clock on the wall says afternoon. Your internal rhythm and the outside world have temporarily fallen out of alignment. Imagine arriving in a city where every clock shows a different time from the one inside your head. You know what the local clock says, but your body still feels as though it is somewhere else. That is something like jet lag. The body needs time to adjust. The biological clock gradually shifts toward the new light-dark schedule, and eventually, the rhythms become aligned again. This reveals something important about sleep. Sleep is not controlled by one single mechanism. It depends on multiple systems working together. The circadian clock helps determine when sleep is likely. Another system builds sleep pressure while you remain awake. The longer you stay awake, the stronger the biological drive for sleep becomes. Then, when you finally sleep, that pressure gradually decreases. You can imagine it like a quiet tide. During waking hours, sleep pressure slowly rises. As sleep continues, the pressure falls. The cycle repeats. So every day, two powerful forces work together. One is the biological clock, telling your body when nighttime is approaching. The other is sleep pressure, reflecting how long you have been awake. When the timing is right, sleep becomes easier. When the signals become misaligned, sleep can become more difficult. And perhaps this explains why you sometimes feel sleepy at a particular hour, even before you consciously decide that you are tired. Your body has been keeping track, not with a clock you can see, but with chemistry, neural signals, temperature, hormones, and countless small changes occurring throughout the day. Now, the room around you is quiet. Maybe it is still afternoon where you are listening, or perhaps you are preparing for the night. Either way, you can imagine the coming darkness. The sun will eventually disappear. The temperature outside may change. Sounds will become quieter. Lights will appear in windows. And inside your body, the same ancient machinery will begin preparing for sleep. Your eyes will become heavier. Your attention will wander. Thoughts will become less precise. The boundary between one thought and another will soften. Perhaps a memory will appear. Perhaps a completely unrelated image. Perhaps you will think about something from tomorrow, then suddenly realize you were thinking about something entirely different. That drifting quality is part of the transition. You are moving away from the focused world of wakefulness. And when sleep finally arrives, you may not know the exact moment. There is no bell, no announcement, no clear line. One moment, you are thinking, then, nothing, and later, morning. Between those two moments, an extraordinary journey has taken place. Your brain has moved through multiple states. Your heart has changed rhythm. Your breathing has shifted. Your muscles have relaxed. Your temperature has changed. Your hormones have followed their nighttime patterns. Your memories have been processed. Your cells have continued their work. And perhaps you have dreamed, all while lying almost completely still. There is something deeply comforting about realizing this. You do not have to make your body work during sleep. It already knows. You do not have to remind your heart. You do not have to schedule every breath. You do not have to organize every cell. You do not have to tell the brain when to enter deep sleep. You simply rest, and the body carries on. So now, let us become smaller once again. Imagine yourself drifting down through the layers of your own body, past the skin, past the muscles, past the blood vessels, into the microscopic world. You see cells glowing softly in the darkness. You see molecules moving. You see tiny structures producing energy. You see signals passing from one cell to another. And far above you, your conscious mind is becoming quiet. The room is dark. The body is still. The world is distant. Yet beneath everything, life continues. There is no need to hurry. The cells are not in a hurry. The heart is not in a hurry. The lungs are not in a hurry. The brain is moving through its rhythms. Slowly, patiently, one cycle after another, and you can simply drift with them. Imagine now that you are floating on a warm, quiet sea. There are no waves strong enough to disturb you, only a gentle rise and fall. Above you, the sky is dark. Stars appear one by one. Below you, the water is deep and calm. And somewhere beneath that water, another world is moving quietly. You cannot see it, but it is there. This is what sleep is like, a surface of stillness, with an enormous world beneath. So let your breathing remain natural. Let your body become heavier. Let your thoughts lose their edges. You do not need to hold on to the story. You can allow the words to pass, softly, slowly, like distant sounds carried across water. And as the night continues, your body will keep doing what it has always known how to do. Rest, repair, organize, regulate, dream, and prepare for another morning. For now, there is nothing waiting for you. No task, no decision, no destination, only this quiet moment and the gentle rhythm of your own living body. The heart, the lungs, the brain, the cells, all continuing together inside the darkness. And somewhere deep within, the ancient rhythm of sleep continues. Slowly, quietly, peacefully, you drift onward through the hidden world inside you, where even in complete stillness, life never stops. And as we continue, let us turn our attention to something that happens so quietly that you may never notice it. The sleeping brain is not only resting, it is changing the way it communicates. During the day, information moves through enormous networks of neurons. Signals travel from one region to another. The brain receives information from your eyes, your ears, your skin, your muscles, and from the countless signals produced inside the body itself. But when you sleep, the traffic pattern changes. Some pathways become quieter. Some groups of neurons become more synchronized. And in deep sleep, large populations of brain cells can shift together in slow, coordinated rhythms. Imagine a vast field beneath a night sky. During the day, every blade of grass moves in a slightly different direction. The wind is constantly changing. Birds pass overhead. Insects move between the plants. Everything seems independent. But then the wind becomes gentle. The field settles. And slowly, large areas of grass begin moving together. Not because each blade is being commanded individually, but because they are responding to the same environment. Something vaguely similar happens inside the sleeping brain. large networks can become synchronized, producing the slow waves that characterize deep sleep. These slow waves are one of the signatures of deep non-REM sleep. They reflect alternating periods of greater and lesser activity across large groups of neurons. To you, this may feel like nothing. You may simply be unconscious of the room. But inside the brain, the rhythm is highly organized. It is not random silence. It is a pattern, a rhythm, a state. And perhaps this is one reason deep sleep can feel so different from a short nap. A brief nap may refresh you, but a full night allows the brain to pass through several different stages repeatedly. Each stage has its own character, its own patterns, its own biological roles. The night is not one long tunnel. It is more like a landscape with hills and valleys. You move through lighter sleep, deeper sleep, and periods of REM, then gradually return toward lighter stages, before descending again, cycle after cycle. A typical sleep cycle lasts roughly an hour and a half, although the exact duration varies. And over the course of the night, the balance between stages changes. Early cycles contain more deep, slow-wave sleep. Later cycles generally contain more REM sleep. So the architecture of the night changes as morning approaches. It is almost as if the sleeping brain follows a gradual journey, beginning with deep physical stillness and ending with increasingly active dream-rich periods. Imagine a long train journey through the night. At the beginning, the train passes through dark forests. Everything outside the window is quiet. Then it enters a valley, then a mountain tunnel, then open countryside, then another tunnel, and eventually, as dawn approaches, the landscape becomes brighter. The journey is continuous, but the scenery keeps changing. Your sleep is similar. One state gives way to another, then another, and eventually, morning arrives. During deep sleep, it is also harder to wake you. The brain is less responsive to many ordinary sounds. A distant vehicle may not disturb you. A quiet conversation may not reach awareness. The world can continue around you while you remain deeply asleep. This ability to remain asleep is important. After all, if every tiny sound woke you, sleep would be constantly interrupted. The brain therefore reduces its response to much of the ordinary sensory information arriving from the environment. Yet the sleeping brain is not completely unaware. A sudden loud sound can still wake you. A strong physical sensation can bring you toward consciousness. A familiar and meaningful signal may attract attention. The sleeping brain is constantly balancing two needs: stay asleep and remain capable of responding when necessary. Imagine a quiet castle at night. The gates are closed. The halls are dark. Most people are asleep, but guards remain awake. They are not running through every room. They are simply watching. Most sounds are ignored, but if something unusual happens, attention can quickly return. Sleep works somewhat like this. The brain protects the sleeping state, while maintaining enough awareness of the environment to respond when needed. Now let us return to the strange world of dreams. You may already know that REM sleep is strongly associated with vivid dreaming. During REM, the brain can become highly active. Certain areas involved in emotion and imagery can show increased activity. Other areas involved in careful logical reasoning may operate differently. This may help explain why dreams can be emotionally powerful, yet logically strange. You can accept impossible events without questioning them. A person may suddenly become someone else. A building may change shape. You may travel from one location to another without moving. Gravity may disappear, and somehow, the dream still feels completely normal. Imagine being inside a story where the author changes the rules every few seconds. A road becomes a river. The river becomes a hallway. The hallway opens into a mountain. And nobody in the story finds this strange. That is the dream world. The brain is creating an experience without needing to obey the ordinary rules of the physical world. Sometimes dreams seem to reflect experiences from the day. You may dream about a conversation you had, a place you visited, a problem you were thinking about. But dreams can also combine memories in unexpected ways. A childhood home can appear beside a modern city. A familiar person can appear in an unfamiliar setting. A forgotten detail can suddenly become important. Dreams are not simply recordings of the day. They are constructed experiences. And occasionally, the dreaming brain produces something so strange that you remember it for years. Perhaps a dream from childhood remains vivid decades later. You may remember the atmosphere, even if you cannot remember the entire story. Maybe there was a particular color, a feeling of flying, a strange house, a long hallway, a person standing somewhere in the distance. Dream memories can be surprisingly persistent. But most dreams are not remembered. That is important. Every night, you may experience multiple dreams or dreamlike mental experiences. Yet by morning, most of them are gone. Why? Scientists are still studying the precise reasons. Memory formation during sleep differs from waking memory. The chemical environment of the brain changes, and the systems responsible for recording experiences may not operate in exactly the same way. So a dream can be vivid and still disappear moments after waking. Imagine writing words on the surface of still water. For a moment, the letters appear, then the water moves. The words break apart. The surface becomes smooth again. Dream memories can sometimes behave like that. They appear, then fade. And perhaps that is why dreams can feel so mysterious. You wake with the sensation that you have just visited somewhere, but the destination is already disappearing. You reach for the memory, and it slips away. You remember a face, then forget it. You remember a sentence, then lose the words. Eventually, all that remains may be a feeling. Now let us explore another quiet feature of sleep: your posture. When you are awake, your brain constantly receives information from muscles and joints. This helps you know where your body is in space. You do not need to look at your hand to know that it is beside you. You can close your eyes and still sense the position of your arm. This sense is called proprioception. It helps the brain coordinate movement. During sleep, the relationship between movement and awareness changes. You are no longer consciously monitoring your posture in the same way, yet your body continues making adjustments. You may roll onto your side, move an arm, change the position of your head, pull a blanket closer. These movements can occur without you becoming fully awake. Imagine a ship floating on a calm sea. Even when the captain is asleep, the ship moves gently with the water. Small adjustments happen. The vessel changes position. The ocean shifts beneath it. Your sleeping body is somewhat like that. You remain mostly still, but not perfectly motionless. Small movements occur throughout the night. This matters because staying in exactly one position for many hours would not be comfortable. The body naturally shifts. Pressure moves from one area to another. Muscles change position. The skin experiences different contact points. And sometimes, you turn over without ever remembering doing so. The sleeping brain, therefore, maintains a fascinating balance. It suppresses unnecessary movement, but allows enough movement to keep the body comfortable. During REM sleep, muscle activity is especially reduced. During other stages, more ordinary movement can occur, and throughout the night, your position may change many times. Now, let us return to the relationship between sleep and memory. There is another kind of memory worth considering: procedural memory. This is the memory involved in skills: how to ride a bicycle, how to type, how to play an instrument, how to perform a familiar movement. These skills often become automatic with practice. You do not consciously think about every tiny movement. The body simply knows the sequence. Sleep can help consolidate these kinds of memories too. Imagine learning to ride a bicycle. At first, you think about everything. Where are your hands? Where are your feet? How fast are you moving? How do you keep balance? Every action requires attention, but after enough practice, the movements become automatic. You can ride while thinking about something else. The skill has moved into a different level of control. Sleep can help stabilize newly learned motor skills, allowing practice from one day to become more reliable on another. The same principle appears in musicians, athletes, dancers, and people learning new physical tasks. Practice creates the experience. Sleep helps the brain consolidate it. Then more practice builds upon the foundation. And this is another reason why sleep is not simply time off. It is part of performance, part of learning, part of adaptation. The day gives the brain experiences. The night helps organize them. Then the next day begins with a slightly changed brain. Think of a path through fresh snow. The first person walking through it leaves a faint trail. More footsteps follow. The trail becomes clearer. Eventually, the path becomes easy to recognize. Learning can be somewhat like this. Repeated experience strengthens useful patterns. Sleep helps stabilize them. But the sleeping brain also has to maintain flexibility. Not every connection should become permanent. The brain needs to remain capable of changing. So sleep is not simply strengthening everything. It is helping regulate the balance. Some connections may be strengthened. Others may be weakened. Networks may be reorganized. The exact details are still being explored by researchers. But the brain is clearly not static during sleep. It is changing. And perhaps that is one of the most beautiful things about the human brain. You wake each morning, and although you feel like the same person, your brain has been subtly altered by the experiences of yesterday. Every conversation, every skill, every place, every sound, every moment of learning can leave traces. Sleep gives those traces time to settle. Now, let us imagine the transition from one sleep cycle into another. You have been deeply asleep. The slow waves gradually become less dominant. The brain becomes more active. The body begins changing state. And eventually, REM sleep arrives. Your eyes move beneath closed eyelids. The brain becomes more active. Your muscles remain mostly still. A dream begins. Perhaps you are walking through a familiar neighborhood, but the street is somehow different. The houses are taller. The sky is purple. A friend appears. You begin speaking. Then suddenly, you are somewhere else. There is no transition, no explanation. The dream simply continues. You do not ask how you arrived. You accept the new world. This is because dreaming consciousness does not always evaluate reality in the same way waking consciousness does. The brain is generating the experience from within, and for a while, that experience is enough. Then the dream ends. The brain shifts again. REM fades. Another stage begins. Perhaps you enter lighter sleep. Perhaps you descend into deeper sleep. The cycle continues, and you remain unaware of most of the transitions. Imagine waves moving across an ocean at night. One wave rises, reaches its highest point, then falls. Another follows. There is no beginning or ending that you can easily identify. The sea simply moves. Your sleep cycles are similar. One follows another, until morning. And while all of this is happening, your internal clock continues its work. Deep inside the brain, the circadian system is keeping track of the day-night cycle. Light is one of its most important signals, but the clock also interacts with behavior, activity, food timing, and other environmental cues. Your body is not simply reacting to the darkness. It is interpreting a whole pattern. That is why consistent schedules can matter. When bedtime and wake time are reasonably regular, the biological clock receives predictable signals. When schedules change constantly, the body's timing systems may have a harder time staying aligned. The human body is remarkably adaptable, but it still prefers rhythm. Think of a musician playing with a steady beat. If the beat remains consistent, the other instruments can follow. If the beat suddenly changes, everyone must adjust. Your circadian rhythm is like an internal beat. It helps coordinate many biological processes. Sleep is one of the most visible results, but not the only one. Body temperature, hormones, metabolism, and many other systems follow daily rhythms. So when night arrives, it is not merely the time when you become sleepy. It is the time when an enormous collection of biological processes begins changing together. The body shifts. The brain shifts. The hormones shift. The temperature shifts. The rhythm shifts. And eventually, sleep arrives. Perhaps now, your own mind is beginning to wander. That is perfectly natural. You do not need to force yourself to stay focused. Let the story become softer. Let individual sentences come and go. You can listen or simply rest. Because while you are resting, your body continues. Your heart, your lungs, your cells, your brain, your immune system, your internal clock, all moving together, quietly, patiently, through another night. And somewhere within that quiet rhythm, the sleeping brain continues doing one of its most mysterious jobs. It prepares you for tomorrow, not by predicting exactly what tomorrow will bring, but by reorganizing what today has taught you. The experiences of the day become part of the structure of the brain. Some memories strengthen, some details fade. Skills become more stable. Emotions are processed. Connections change. And when morning arrives, you wake with a brain that has been quietly shaped by the night. So tonight, when you eventually drift into sleep, remember only this simple thought. You are not disappearing into nothing. You are entering another state of life. A state where the outside world becomes quieter, while an entire hidden world continues within you. The room may be dark, the house may be silent, the street outside may be empty, but inside your body, there are billions of tiny processes unfolding, cells communicating, blood circulating, neurons changing their rhythms, memories settling, dreams appearing, hormones following their nightly patterns, and the biological clock quietly waiting for dawn. You do not have to watch any of it. You do not have to understand it. You can simply let yourself drift as your body continues its ancient work, slowly, gently, one breath at a time, one sleep cycle at a time, one quiet wave after another, until the night carries you somewhere deep and peaceful, where the science of sleep becomes almost indistinguishable from the silence itself. And there, in that quiet place, you can rest. And now, as you continue drifting through the quiet hours, let us follow another remarkable process inside the sleeping brain, something that happens every night, yet is almost completely invisible. The brain is constantly balancing connections. Some become stronger, some become quieter, some are adjusted, and some are allowed to fade into the background. This delicate process helps keep the nervous system flexible. It prevents the brain from becoming overwhelmed by every signal it receives. Imagine a house filled with thousands of tiny lamps. During the day, many of them are switched on. Some shine brightly, others glow faintly. A few flicker only when something important happens. If every lamp stayed at full brightness forever, the house would become unbearably bright. The electrical system would be overwhelmed, so the lights need to be adjusted. Some become brighter, some dim, some turn off. The sleeping brain performs its own much more complicated version of this balancing act. During the day, you encounter an enormous number of experiences. Some are meaningful, some are ordinary, some are repeated, some are completely new. Every experience can influence the activity of neural networks. If every connection were strengthened equally, the brain would lose efficiency, so it needs a way to maintain useful connections while reducing unnecessary activity. Sleep appears to be an important part of this process. Scientists have proposed that sleep helps regulate the overall strength of synaptic connections. The exact mechanisms remain an active area of research. But the basic idea is beautiful. Sleep helps the brain remain adaptable. Imagine a forest after a season of growth. Branches have spread in every direction. Some paths are becoming blocked. Young plants are competing for space. A gardener comes quietly through the forest, not destroying the trees, but gently shaping the landscape, removing what is unnecessary, making room, allowing the healthiest growth to continue. The sleeping brain performs its own kind of maintenance, not with scissors, but with patterns of neural activity. And this process may help explain why sleep deprivation can make thinking feel difficult. When the brain does not receive enough sleep, attention can become less stable. Reaction time can slow. Learning can become harder. Memory can suffer. Emotional responses may become more difficult to regulate. The brain is still functioning, but it is not operating under ideal conditions. Imagine trying to organize a library. While people are constantly walking through the aisles, books keep arriving, visitors keep asking questions, the phones keep ringing. You can work, but it is difficult to complete the deeper organization. Then the library closes. The doors are locked. The lights become softer. And finally, the staff can begin sorting. Sleep gives the brain something like that protected period, a time when many demands are reduced. And perhaps this is why a good night's sleep can sometimes change how a problem feels. Yesterday, the problem seemed tangled. Every possible solution led somewhere else. You went to bed without solving it. Then morning comes, and suddenly, one part of the problem seems obvious. Nothing magical happened. The brain simply had time away from conscious effort. Sometimes stepping away allows different connections to emerge. This is one reason people throughout history have noticed the value of sleeping on a difficult question. The old phrase has a biological foundation. Sleep can support memory processing, and it can sometimes change how information is represented or connected. Not every problem will disappear overnight, but the brain may approach the problem differently after rest. Now, let us move toward another quiet mystery. Why do some nights feel incredibly long, while others seem to disappear? You close your eyes, then suddenly, morning, hours seem to have vanished. This happens because the conscious sense of time is dramatically altered during sleep. There is no continuous awareness marking each passing minute. The clock continues, but your conscious mind is no longer watching it. Imagine standing beside a river. When you are awake, you can watch the water move. You see one moment follow another. You notice the changing light. You hear the sounds around you. But then, you close your eyes. When you open them again, the river has moved forward. The water never stopped. You simply stopped watching. Sleep is similar. Time continues, even when awareness becomes quiet. And during those unseen hours, your body may experience hundreds of tiny internal changes. Blood pressure rises and falls. Hormone levels shift. Body temperature changes. Brain activity moves between different patterns. Breathing changes slightly. Heart rate varies. Muscles relax and occasionally move. The immune system continues communicating. Cells continue their ordinary work. All of this happens without your conscious supervision. This is one of the great comforts of sleep. You can let go. The body takes over. You do not need to remember how to sleep. You do not need to instruct your brain. You simply become still, and the machinery of life continues. Now, let us visit the breathing system again. Your lungs contain millions of tiny air sacs called alveoli. They are surrounded by tiny blood vessels. When you breathe in, oxygen enters the lungs. It crosses into the bloodstream. At the same time, carbon dioxide moves from the blood into the lungs and is eventually breathed out. This exchange continues while you sleep. Every breath quietly supporting the cells of your body. Imagine a vast coastline where waves move gently toward the shore. The water arrives, then retreats, arrives, then retreats. Your lungs work in a somewhat similar rhythm. Air arrives, gas exchange occurs, air leaves, then another breath begins. During different stages of sleep, breathing can change. In non-REM sleep, breathing tends to become more regular. During REM, it can become more variable. The brain is moving through a different state, and the respiratory system responds. Yet through all these changes, the basic rhythm continues, in and out. The remarkable thing is that you usually do not notice. Now imagine the oxygen itself. A molecule enters through your nose or mouth. It travels down the airways, into the lungs, across the delicate membrane of an alveolus, into the bloodstream. Then it binds to hemoglobin inside a red blood cell. The red blood cell carries it through the circulation. Eventually, it reaches a tissue, perhaps a muscle, perhaps the heart, perhaps a neuron. The oxygen leaves the blood and enters a cell. There, it participates in energy production. And all of this can happen while you are asleep. One breath, one molecule, one cell, one tiny journey, repeated countless times. The sleeping body is filled with these journeys. You cannot see them, but they are happening. Now let us imagine the bloodstream itself. A red blood cell is tiny, yet inside your body, billions of these cells are constantly moving. They travel through arteries, then smaller vessels, then microscopic capillaries, before returning through veins. The journey repeats. Again and again, the heart acts as the pump. The blood acts as the transport system. The vessels provide the roads. And every tissue receives what it needs. Imagine an enormous nighttime highway system. There are roads of different sizes. Large highways become smaller streets. Small streets become narrow paths. And finally, the paths reach individual houses. In your body, the large blood vessels branch into smaller and smaller vessels, eventually reaching microscopic capillaries. That is where much of the exchange between blood and tissues takes place. Oxygen moves outward. Nutrients move outward. Waste products move inward. And the circulation continues. The body is an extraordinary transportation network, and sleep does not close it. It simply changes its rhythm. Now, let us move toward the immune system once again. Inside your body, immune cells are constantly moving. Some circulate through blood. Others remain within tissues. They communicate using chemical signals. When the body detects something unusual, these cells can respond. Sleep interacts with this communication network. During normal sleep, the body changes the levels and timing of certain immune signals. This is part of the reason sleep and immunity are so closely connected. Think of a security team working through the night. They do not need to chase every shadow. Most of the environment is safe, but they remain ready. They patrol. They communicate. They respond when something important appears. The immune system works on a vastly more complicated scale, but the basic idea is similar. Protection continues, even when you are asleep. And sometimes, the body itself sends a powerful signal that sleep is needed. When you are sick, you may feel unusually tired. You may want to sleep longer. You may lose interest in activity. These changes can be part of the body's response to illness. The immune system communicates with the brain. The brain responds. Behavior changes. Rest becomes more attractive. The body is essentially saying, slow down, stay still, give me time. There is something deeply ancient about this. Imagine an animal becoming ill in the wild. It may seek shelter, reduce movement, stay hidden, rest. The modern human body still carries biological systems shaped by that ancient environment. We live in houses, use electric lights, work at computers, and travel in vehicles. Yet the underlying biology remains remarkably old. When the body needs recovery, sleep can become one of its strongest instincts. Now, let us return to the brain's relationship with light. Your eyes are not only cameras, they also help regulate the biological clock. Specialized retinal cells detect light and send information to the brain. This information helps the circadian system understand the time of day. Bright light during the morning can help reinforce daytime timing. Darkness in the evening supports the biological night. This is one reason the modern world can sometimes confuse the body's natural rhythms. Electric light allows us to extend the day long after sunset. Screens can produce bright light close to the eyes, and our behavior can continue late into the night. But the biological clock still responds to environmental signals. It does not know that the bright rectangle in your hand is a phone. It simply detects light. Your body evolved under a world where bright daylight and dark nights were powerful environmental cues. Modern technology has changed the environment, but the biology remains. Imagine your ancestors thousands of years ago. The sun sets. The world becomes dark. There are no glowing screens, no electric lamps, no endless artificial light. Night arrives naturally. The body receives a strong signal. Day is over. Now imagine the modern evening. The sun has disappeared, but the room remains bright. A screen glows. A television plays. A lamp shines. The body receives mixed signals. The world says, "It is night." The artificial environment says, "The day can continue." This is one reason sleep researchers pay attention to light exposure. Light is not simply something you see. It is also information. Information about time. And darkness itself becomes meaningful when the environment becomes dark. Melatonin production normally rises. The body begins shifting toward nighttime physiology. The brain becomes more prepared for sleep. Body temperature gradually falls. Alertness decreases. It is a gentle sequence. Nothing has to happen instantly. The body moves towards sleep in stages. Perhaps you have experienced this without realizing it. You sit quietly in a dim room. Your eyes become heavy. You stop checking the clock. Your thoughts become slower. You yawn. Your body feels warm beneath the blanket. Then, you realize that you have been staring at the same spot for several minutes. Sleep is approaching. A yawn itself is an interesting behavior. Yawning occurs in many situations, including sleepiness and transitions between states of alertness. Scientists have proposed several possible functions for yawning, and the exact reasons remain under study. But one thing is certain. Yawning often appears when the brain is shifting between states. You feel that familiar opening of the jaw, the slow inhale, the gentle release, and sometimes, one yawn seems to invite another. The body has many small signals like this. Heavy eyelids, reduced attention, slower thoughts, less interest in movement. These signals can appear before you are fully asleep. They are part of the transition. And once you cross that boundary, the outside world begins to disappear. The room remains. The bed remains. But your awareness of them becomes weaker. Imagine standing at the edge of a quiet forest. Behind you is the familiar world of waking life. Lights, voices, tasks, clocks, plans. Ahead, the forest is darker. The path becomes softer. The sounds become distant. You do not have to force yourself forward. You simply walk, slowly, and the familiar world gradually disappears behind you. That is the transition into sleep. Eventually, You reach the first stage. In 1, the lightest sleep. Your muscles relax. Your thoughts drift. The brain begins changing its electrical activity. You may still be partly aware of the room. A sound may wake you easily. But the boundary has been crossed. You are no longer fully awake. Then, in 2, sleep deepens. The body becomes quieter. Heart rate slows. Body temperature decreases. The brain produces sleep spindles and K complexes. The outside world becomes less important. The mind drifts further inward. Then, deep slow wave sleep. The brain produces slow, synchronized waves. Your body is deeply relaxed. Waking becomes difficult. The night feels vast. And eventually, REM sleep. The brain becomes highly active. The eyes move beneath the eyelids. Dreams can become vivid. The body remains mostly still, and an entire inner world can appear. Then the cycle begins again. Light sleep, deeper sleep, deep sleep, REM, again and again, until morning. If you were somehow able to watch your brain through the entire night, you would see an extraordinary pattern. Not darkness, not inactivity, but waves, cycles, transitions, bursts of activity, periods of synchronization, changing rhythms, a living electrical landscape. And perhaps that is the most beautiful image to carry into sleep. Your brain, quietly glowing in the darkness. Not literally glowing, but alive with electrical activity. Billions of neurons communicating, networks shifting, memories settling, dreams forming, signals traveling, all of it happening beneath the surface. While you rest, you do not need to understand every detail. You only need to know that your body knows how to continue. It has been doing this every night of your life. So as the story moves onward, you can let yourself become heavier. Let your shoulders soften. Let your hands rest. Let your jaw relax. Let the muscles around your eyes become still. There is nothing you need to hold. Your heart can continue its quiet rhythm. Your lungs can continue their gentle movement. Your brain can move through its cycles. Your cells can continue their work, and you can simply rest. The night is wide. The room is quiet. The body is safe in its familiar rhythm. And somewhere deep inside, the sleeping brain is already preparing the next chapter of the night. Slowly, gently, without effort, you drift deeper into the quiet science of sleep. And as the night grows deeper, the sleeping brain enters another quiet chapter. By now, the world outside may have become almost completely still. Perhaps the streets are empty. Perhaps the lights in nearby windows have disappeared. Perhaps the only sounds are the faint hum of a machine, the movement of air, or the occasional distant sound carried through the night. But inside you, the story continues. One of the most remarkable things about sleep is that your brain does not simply become less active. Instead, different regions change their patterns of communication. Some networks become quieter. Some remain active. Others begin communicating in ways that are different from waking life. And somewhere within this changing landscape, your sense of self can almost disappear. You are still there. Your brain is still there. Your body is still there. But the ordinary feeling of being awake, of watching the world, of knowing where you are, can fade away. Imagine sitting beside a calm lake. During the day, you can see the opposite shore. You can see trees reflected in the water. You can hear birds. You can feel the warmth of the sun. You know exactly where you are. Then evening comes. The light fades. The reflections disappear. The opposite shore becomes difficult to see. Eventually, you can no longer distinguish the lake from the darkness around it. The lake has not disappeared. The landscape has not disappeared. Only your ability to see it has changed. Sleep can feel like that. The world remains. But conscious awareness becomes quieter. And then, something strange happens. The brain can create a world of its own. A dream. You may suddenly find yourself walking through a place that does not exist. There may be a house, a road, a person, a mountain, a room, a sky. Everything seems perfectly ordinary until you notice something impossible. Perhaps the room has no ceiling. Perhaps the road leads directly into the ocean. Perhaps you are speaking with someone who lives far away, or someone who is no longer alive. Yet inside the dream, you may not question any of it. The brain has created an entire reality, and for a little while, you accept it. Dreaming is one of the great mysteries of human experience. We know that dreams are associated with patterns of brain activity, especially during REM sleep. We know that many dreams involve emotions, memories, visual imagery, and unusual combinations of experiences. But the precise purpose of dreaming remains uncertain. Scientists continue to investigate it. There may not be one single purpose. Dreaming may be connected to several processes happening at once: memory, emotion, learning, brain activity, and the spontaneous generation of internal experiences. Perhaps that uncertainty is part of what makes dreams so fascinating. We understand much about sleep, but we still do not completely understand why the mind creates such strange worlds. The sleeping brain remains partly mysterious, even to modern science. Imagine that you are walking through a library at night. Every shelf contains memories. Some are recent, some are ancient, some are clear, some are almost forgotten. You walk past photographs, voices, places, smells, feelings, and pieces of conversations. Then, without warning, the library changes. A hallway becomes a forest. A photograph becomes a living person. A childhood room appears at the end of a corridor. This is not exactly what happens inside the brain, but it captures the strange freedom of dreaming. The mind can connect experiences in ways that waking consciousness usually keeps separate. And when morning arrives, the dream may be gone. You may remember only a fragment, perhaps a color, a face, a strange feeling, maybe a single sentence. Sometimes you wake with the certainty that you had an important dream, but cannot remember what it was about. The memory seems to dissolve while you are trying to hold it. This fading can happen very quickly, within moments of waking. Dream memories may become difficult to retrieve, unless you deliberately focus on them. They may disappear. It is almost as if the dream leaves no footprints. Only a faint impression remains. Now, let us move away from dreaming and toward another important part of sleep: the regulation of emotion. During the day, your brain receives emotional information constantly. Someone smiles. Someone becomes angry. A conversation surprises you. A memory appears. Something goes wrong. Something goes beautifully right. Your brain responds to all of it. But it also needs time to process these experiences. Sleep provides part of that time. Imagine carrying a backpack through an entire day. At first, it feels light. You barely notice it. Then another object is placed inside. Then another. A conversation. A responsibility. A disappointment. A pleasant surprise. A difficult decision. By evening, the backpack has become heavier. You finally reach home, take it off, and place it beside the bed. You may still think about everything inside it, but you are no longer carrying the weight physically. Sleep can provide something similar for the emotional experiences of the day. It does not erase them. It does not solve everything. But it changes the state in which the brain processes them. During sleep, the brain can revisit aspects of emotional experiences. Memories can be reactivated, connections can change, and by morning, the emotional intensity of some experiences may feel different. Not always, not perfectly, but sometimes. A night of sleep creates a little distance. Enough distance to see yesterday from a slightly different place. This is one reason sleep is so important for emotional balance. A tired brain can become more reactive. Small frustrations may feel larger. Concentration may become difficult. Patience may become thinner. A well-rested brain is generally better prepared to regulate emotional responses. Again, sleep is not a magical cure, but it is an important part of the brain's normal ability to manage the emotional world. And now, let us follow another hidden rhythm: your body temperature. It is already changing as you sleep. The decline in core temperature is part of the body's nighttime pattern. This cooling is coordinated by the circadian system. As the night progresses, your body remains slightly cooler than it was during the day. Then, as morning approaches, temperature gradually begins rising again. Imagine a desert after sunset. During the day, the ground becomes warm beneath the intense sunlight. But after darkness arrives, heat slowly escapes. The landscape cools. The temperature changes gradually. Then, as the sun rises, the warming process begins again. Your body follows its own version of this daily cycle. Temperature is not merely something the body reacts to. It is also part of the timing system. The rhythm of temperature helps communicate where you are in the day-night cycle, and sleep itself is closely connected with this rhythm. Now, think about the warmth of your bed, the blanket, the pillow, the air around you. All of these environmental details interact with the body's ability to release heat. This is one reason a comfortable sleeping environment matters. If the room is too warm, the body may have more difficulty releasing heat. If it is too cold, comfort can become difficult. The body is always trying to maintain balance. And balance is one of the central themes of sleep. Not too warm, not too cold, not too alert, not too unconscious, not too active, not completely inactive. The sleeping body is constantly adjusting. Now let us visit the autonomic nervous system. This is part of the nervous system that helps regulate many functions that happen without conscious control. Heart rate, digestion, blood pressure, breathing patterns, and many other processes are influenced by it. The autonomic nervous system has different branches with different effects. During restful sleep, the balance between these systems changes. In many periods of non-REM sleep, parasympathetic activity becomes more prominent. The heart can slow, blood pressure can decrease. The body becomes more deeply settled. Imagine a busy harbor. During the day, boats are arriving. Cargo is being unloaded. Workers are moving. Signals are flashing. Then night comes. The harbor becomes quieter. Most boats are anchored. The water settles. The remaining activity continues at a slower pace. The sleeping cardiovascular system can feel like that. The machinery does not stop. The rhythm simply changes. But REM sleep brings another kind of pattern. Heart rate and breathing can become more variable. The nervous system becomes more active. The brain is intensely engaged. This may be one reason REM sleep feels biologically different from deep non-REM sleep. The two states are both sleep, yet they are not the same. And that is worth remembering. Sleep is not a single condition. It is a collection of carefully organized states. Light sleep, intermediate sleep, deep slow-wave sleep, REM sleep. Each one contributes something different to the overall night. Imagine a long symphony. The first movement is quiet. The next becomes deeper. Then the music slows. Then suddenly, the orchestra becomes more active. The melody changes. The rhythm shifts. Then it settles again. The piece continues, moving through different sections. A night of sleep is somewhat like this. The whole experience is one continuous journey, but the character of the journey changes. Now, let us return to the question that began our story. What really happens while you sleep? The simplest answer is, almost everything continues. Your heart works. Your lungs work. Your kidneys work. Your liver works. Your immune system works. Your cells work. Your brain works. But they work under a different set of conditions. The outside world becomes less important. Internal rhythms become more prominent. The brain changes its electrical patterns. The body changes its chemistry. The muscles relax. Memories are processed. Dreams may appear. And the entire organism moves through a carefully coordinated cycle. Sleep is therefore not an empty space between 2 days. It is a biological state in its own right. A time of transition. A time of maintenance. A time of memory processing. A time of altered brain activity. A time when the body can temporarily step away from the demands of waking life. And perhaps, this is why the night can feel so peaceful. During the day, you are constantly receiving information, messages, sounds, faces, responsibilities, questions, decisions. Even if you spend the day doing nothing physically demanding, your brain may still be processing thousands of pieces of information. At night, much of that stream becomes quiet. Imagine a river flowing through a city. During the day, the river is surrounded by traffic. Boats move across it. People walk beside it. Bridges carry vehicles overhead. Lights reflect on the water. Then midnight arrives. The roads become empty. The bridges become quiet. The river remains, but the noise surrounding it fades. Sleep is something like this. Your internal river continues, while the noise of waking life becomes distant. And perhaps right now, you can allow that image to remain. A quiet river, a dark sky, soft reflections, slow water, no urgency. Because you do not need to force sleep. The body is already capable of entering it. Your role can be very simple. Rest. Allow your muscles to soften. Allow your breathing to remain natural. Allow your thoughts to wander. Maybe a thought about tomorrow appears. You can let it pass. Maybe a memory appears. Let it pass. Maybe you hear something outside. Let it become part of the background. You do not have to follow every thought. You do not have to hold on to every sound. The sleeping brain is very good at letting unimportant things fade. And eventually, you may notice that you are no longer thinking in complete sentences. A word appears, then another. An image forms, then disappears. The mind becomes less structured. This is the beginning of another transition. You may not notice the exact moment when wakefulness ends. That is one of the beautiful mysteries of sleep. There is no clear doorway. You simply drift across the boundary. And once you are asleep, the body begins another cycle. N1, N2, deep sleep, REM, then lighter sleep again. The cycle repeats. While you are unaware, your brain is keeping track of the changing state. Your heart adjusts. Your breathing adjusts. Your hormones shift. Your temperature changes. Your muscles remain relaxed. Your cells continue their work. And perhaps, somewhere in the deepest part of the night, you are dreaming. Maybe you are walking. Maybe you are floating. Maybe you are standing beneath an enormous sky. Maybe you are simply resting in darkness. The dream does not need to make sense. It only needs to exist for a moment. Then, another cycle begins, and another, until finally, morning starts approaching. Long before your eyes open, your internal systems begin preparing. The circadian clock moves toward daytime. Melatonin levels decline. Cortisol follows its daily rhythm. Body temperature begins rising. Brain activity shifts. Your alertness begins returning. It is almost as if the body can see the morning before you can. The sun may still be below the horizon, but inside you, the first signs of a new day have already begun. Imagine a quiet town before sunrise. The streets are empty. The sky is still dark. But somewhere, a single light turns on. Then another. A bakery opens. A truck arrives. A few birds begin calling. The town is not fully awake, but the process has begun. Your body can begin morning preparations in much the same way. Then, light reaches your eyes. Perhaps sunlight enters through a curtain. Perhaps the room brightens gradually. Perhaps you wake before the light becomes strong. Either way, the brain begins moving toward wakefulness. The dream fades. The night becomes a memory. You open your eyes. You may stretch. You may yawn. You may remain still for a few moments. And then, you are awake. But you are not exactly the same person who went to bed. You have spent several hours in a different biological state. Your brain has processed information. Your body has followed its nighttime rhythms. Your memories may have been reorganized. Your emotional responses may have been recalibrated. Your muscles have rested. Your cardiovascular system has experienced a different pattern. Your body has continued its internal maintenance. You wake, and the world begins again. Another day, another collection of experiences, another stream of information, another set of memories waiting to be formed, and eventually, another night. The cycle is ancient, older than cities, older than written language, older than clocks. Every human generation has experienced it. The details of our lives change, but the rhythm remains. Day, night, wake, sleep. Perhaps that is why sleep can feel strangely familiar. Every night, you return to something your body has known from the beginning, a biological rhythm carried inside you, waiting patiently for darkness. So as this story continues, you can imagine yourself resting beneath the same night sky that has watched humans sleep for thousands of years. The stars above you are distant. The earth beneath you is turning. The atmosphere around you is moving. And inside your body, millions of tiny processes continue. Nothing needs your attention. Nothing needs to be hurried. Your heart beats. Your lungs breathe. Your cells communicate. Your brain changes rhythm. And the night moves forward. Perhaps you are already becoming sleepy. If so, let the words become distant. You do not need to listen carefully. You can allow the voice to become another quiet sound in the room. The sleeping brain knows the way. It has traveled this path many times. It knows how to move from wakefulness into light sleep, into deeper sleep, into dreams, and back again. You can trust that rhythm. So let your body become heavy. Let your eyes remain closed. Let the room become softer. Let the outside world move farther away. And as another quiet wave of sleep approaches, you can simply drift with it. Deeper now, slower now, quieter now, into the hidden nighttime world inside you, where billions of tiny processes continue their silent work, while you rest peacefully beneath the dark and patient sky. And as the night continues, there is another hidden world to explore, a world that exists between the brain and the body, between memory and emotion, between the darkness of sleep and the return of morning. It is the quiet world of the sleeping senses. When you are awake, your senses are constantly bringing information into the brain. Light enters your eyes. Sound reaches your ears. Your skin detects pressure and temperature. Your nose detects molecules in the air. Your tongue detects chemicals in food. And your body constantly reports its own position and movement. The brain receives all of this information, sorts it, compares it, and decides what deserves your attention. But once you fall asleep, the rules change. The senses do not disappear. They simply become less important to conscious awareness. Imagine standing in a busy train station. People are talking. Announcements echo from the ceiling. Suitcases roll across the floor. Footsteps move in every direction. Phones ring. Trains arrive. Trains depart. Your brain has to process an enormous amount of information. Then imagine the station closing for the night. The lights become softer. Most people leave. The trains become less frequent. The voices disappear. The building remains. But the information flowing through it becomes much smaller. Sleep creates something similar inside your nervous system. The world is still there, but your brain becomes less responsive to ordinary signals. Your ears continue receiving sound, but you may not consciously hear the fan beside your bed. You may not notice distant traffic. You may not notice the soft ticking of a clock. The sounds still reach your ears, yet the brain does not necessarily bring them into conscious awareness. This is one of the reasons you can sleep through familiar background noises. The brain learns what can be ignored. But then, a sudden sound occurs. Something crashes. A door slams. A loud voice calls your name. Your sleeping brain responds. You may wake almost instantly. The change can feel dramatic. One moment, you are deep inside a dream. The next, your eyes open. You know where you are. The brain has rapidly shifted its state. This ability is useful. Sleep needs protection. But the sleeping brain also needs to remain capable of detecting important changes in the environment. So the senses are not switched off, they are filtered. Now think about touch. Your skin contains specialized receptors that detect pressure, temperature, movement, and other forms of physical stimulation. Even while you sleep, your skin continues reporting information. The mattress presses against your body. The blanket touches your skin. Your head rests against a pillow. Your arm may become uncomfortable, and eventually, you may shift position. Often, you do not wake. The brain notices enough information to adjust your posture, but not enough to bring you completely into consciousness. Imagine lying on a small boat. The water moves gently beneath you. You barely notice each tiny motion. But if a large wave arrives, you respond. Sleep works somewhat like this. Small signals may remain below awareness. Large or important signals can break through. This is one reason a person may sleep comfortably through ordinary sensations, yet wake when the body becomes too hot, too cold, or uncomfortable. The sleeping brain is constantly balancing comfort with unconsciousness. And then there is smell. The sense of smell is deeply connected with memory and emotion. A particular scent can suddenly remind you of a childhood home. A certain food can bring back a family gathering. Rain can remind you of a particular season. The sleeping brain can still process some odors, but smell does not always wake a person as reliably as strong sounds do. The relationship between smell and sleep is complex. Some odors may influence dreams or emotional responses, while others may pass unnoticed. Imagine a garden at night. Flowers continue releasing molecules into the air. The wind carries them across the landscape. An animal moving through the darkness may detect them, but a sleeping human may remain completely unaware. The chemical world continues, even when conscious awareness becomes quiet. Taste is different. You are not eating while asleep under ordinary circumstances. The tongue is mostly inactive. The digestive system continues its work, but there is no constant stream of new flavors. The world of taste becomes almost completely absent, and yet, the memory of taste can appear in dreams. You may dream of eating a meal, even though no food is actually present. The brain can recreate parts of an experience without the physical stimulus. This is another reminder that perception is not simply what enters the body. The brain constructs experience. During waking life, the brain combines incoming signals with memory, expectation, emotion, and attention. During dreams, much of the experience can be generated internally. You can see a landscape without light entering your eyes. You can hear a voice without sound waves entering your ears. You can feel movement without your body actually moving. The brain can create a convincing internal world. And perhaps, this is one reason dreams can feel so real. The same neural systems that help construct waking experience can participate in dream experience. The source of the information is different, but the experience can still feel vivid. Imagine a theater. During the day, the actors perform using physical sets. There are lights, props, costumes, sound. But at night, the theater closes. Then, somewhere backstage, the actors begin performing for an audience of one. The stage is dark. The outside world is gone. Yet the story continues. The sleeping brain becomes both theater and audience, and sometimes the dream becomes emotional. You may feel joy, fear, sadness, excitement, longing, peace. The emotion can feel intense. Even though the body is lying still, your heart may change rhythm. Your breathing may shift. Your facial muscles may make small movements. The emotional brain is still active. This raises another fascinating question. Why do dreams sometimes seem to contain emotional experiences that feel stronger than ordinary waking thoughts? One possibility is that sleep changes the balance between brain regions involved in emotion and those involved in rational evaluation. During REM sleep, some emotion-related areas can be highly active. At the same time, parts of the brain involved in critical reasoning may operate differently. This combination may help explain why dreams can feel emotionally convincing, even when the story makes little sense. Imagine being inside a movie where the soundtrack is turned up very high, but the director has gone home. The emotions remain powerful, while the plot becomes strange. A person you have never met may feel deeply familiar. A simple hallway may feel terrifying. A completely ordinary object may seem incredibly important. The dream does not need to explain itself. It simply unfolds. Then, morning comes, and suddenly, the emotional intensity can disappear. You may wake from a dramatic dream, look around your quiet room, and wonder why it felt so important. The brain has changed state again. The same memory can feel different when you are awake. This is part of the mystery of consciousness. The same brain, the same body, the same room, yet radically different experiences. Awake, you know you are lying in bed. Dreaming, you may believe you are somewhere else. Deep asleep, you may have almost no awareness of the external world. Then awake again, the ordinary world returns. Three states, one brain, one body, and yet, three very different forms of experience. Now, let us travel deeper into the relationship between sleep and memory. You have probably noticed that some memories remain for years. Others disappear quickly. You may remember a childhood birthday, but forget what you ate for lunch 2 days ago. You may remember a song from decades ago, but forget a conversation from last week. Memory is selective, and sleep is part of the process that determines which experiences become more stable. When you learn something, the information is initially represented in a relatively fragile form. Over time, through repeated experience and sleep, some memories become more firmly integrated. This process is often called memory consolidation. It is not simply copying information from one place to another. It involves changes across networks. The brain gradually integrates new information with what it already knows. Imagine adding a new book to an enormous library. At first, the book is sitting on a table. It is separate from everything else. Then someone studies its contents. They discover connections to older books. They find similar subjects. They identify related ideas. Eventually, the new book becomes part of the larger organization of the library. Sleep can help the brain perform some of this integration. This is especially important for learning. Suppose you spend an afternoon studying a complicated subject. At first, the information feels scattered. Definitions, examples, rules, exceptions. You understand some pieces, but not the whole. Then you sleep. The next day, the material may feel more familiar. The brain has had time to reorganize it. This does not mean you can learn an entire textbook by sleeping beside it. Sleep cannot replace study, but sleep can help the brain process what you actually experienced and learned. The lesson is still yours to learn. Sleep helps consolidate it. The same is true for physical skills. A dancer practices, a musician rehearses, an athlete trains, a child learns to write, a person learns to type. Practice creates patterns. Sleep helps stabilize them. Then practice continues. The process becomes a cycle. Experience, sleep, consolidation, more experience, more sleep. Gradually, the skill becomes easier. And this brings us to something fascinating. Sometimes, sleep can help the brain discover patterns that were difficult to notice while awake. When the mind is constantly focused on solving a problem, it may become stuck in one way of thinking. Sleep changes the state of the brain. When you wake, you may approach the same problem differently. This is one reason people sometimes describe waking with a new idea. Again, sleep is not magical, but it can alter how information is organized. And a differently organized mind can sometimes see a different possibility. Imagine looking at a puzzle from one angle. The pieces seem impossible. You move them around. Nothing works. Then you stand up, walk away, and return later. Suddenly, you notice that two pieces fit together. The pieces were always there. Your perspective changed. Sleep can sometimes provide that kind of mental distance. Now, let us think about the relationship between sleep and creativity. The dreaming brain is not bound by ordinary logic. It can connect distant memories, combine unrelated images, create unusual associations. This does not mean every dream is a creative masterpiece. Most dreams are forgotten, but the brain's ability to form unexpected connections during sleep is fascinating. Artists have sometimes described ideas appearing after sleep. Scientists have also studied whether sleep can help people recognize patterns or solve certain kinds of problems. The results depend on the task, and sleep is not a guaranteed source of inspiration. But there is a reason the idea of sleeping on it has survived for so long. The brain continues processing after conscious effort stops. And now, perhaps you can imagine your own brain becoming quieter. Not empty, just quieter. The thoughts you had earlier today, the faces you saw, the sounds you heard, the information you learned, all becoming part of the enormous network of experience inside you. You do not need to organize them yourself. The brain can continue its work. This is one of the gifts of sleep. You can stop trying, and the work can continue without you. Now, let us move toward the chemistry of sleep. Inside the brain, many chemical messengers help regulate whether you are awake or asleep. Some promote alertness, others promote sleep. These systems interact with the circadian clock, with sleep pressure, and with signals from the environment. The balance changes across the day. During wakefulness, systems that promote alertness are active. You are attentive. Your muscles are ready to move. Your brain is prepared to respond. As sleep approaches, those alerting systems become quieter. Sleep-promoting systems become stronger. The balance shifts. One important molecule involved in sleep pressure is adenosine. As cells use energy during wakefulness, adenosine accumulates in the brain. Higher levels are associated with increasing sleep pressure. During sleep, adenosine is cleared and its influence decreases. This is one reason you may feel more tired the longer you remain awake. The body is gradually building a biological need for sleep. Imagine filling a reservoir with water. Throughout the day, the water level slowly rises. You continue working. You continue moving. The reservoir fills. Eventually, the need to release the water becomes stronger. Sleep is somewhat like opening the gate. As sleep continues, the pressure gradually falls. Caffeine provides an interesting example. Caffeine can interfere with the action of adenosine at its receptors. This can make you feel more alert even though the underlying need for sleep has not disappeared. The sleep pressure is still there. You are simply changing how strongly the brain responds to one of its signals. That is why caffeine does not replace sleep. It can temporarily reduce the feeling of sleepiness, but it does not perform all the biological functions of sleep. The brain still needs the actual state of sleep. And perhaps this is worth remembering on a quiet night. Sleepiness is not a weakness. It is information. Your body is communicating. The brain is saying, "The day has been long. The system needs rest." Now, imagine that the night has become very deep. Your body is warm beneath the blanket. Your breathing is slow. Your muscles are relaxed. The room is quiet. And inside the brain, adenosine pressure has decreased. The circadian system is still signaling biological night. The body temperature is low. Melatonin is following its nighttime pattern. You are deeply asleep. Nothing dramatic is happening. And that is exactly the point. Sleep is mostly quiet. There are no fireworks, no obvious movements, no visible signs of the enormous work taking place. But underneath, the body is continuously regulating itself. Perhaps this is why sleep can feel almost invisible. You remember falling asleep, then you remember waking. The middle seems to be missing, but the middle is where so much happens. Imagine entering a dark tunnel on a train. You see the entrance, then darkness, then suddenly, light. You know the train traveled through the tunnel because you were somewhere else, but you did not see the journey. Sleep is similar. You see the beginning. You see the end. The internal journey happens mostly outside conscious awareness. And every night, you make that journey again. So now, as you listen, let yourself become comfortable with the idea that you do not need to supervise your body. Your heart knows how to beat. Your lungs know how to breathe. Your brain knows how to cycle through sleep. Your cells know how to continue their work. Your biological clock knows how to move toward morning. You can simply rest. The night continues. The world outside continues turning. The earth moves through space. The moon follows its path. The stars remain distant. And inside your body, another universe continues. A universe of neurons, cells, molecules, electrical signals, and chemical rhythms. You do not need to see it. You only need to know that it is there, quietly, patiently, working while you sleep. And perhaps now, the words are becoming less important. That is perfectly fine. You can let them fade into the background. You can let your attention drift away. You can allow the next thought to come and go. Maybe you notice the weight of the blanket. Maybe you notice the pillow beneath your head. Maybe you notice the gentle rhythm of breathing. Maybe you notice nothing at all. All of these are fine because sleep does not require effort. It is not something you have to force. It is something you allow. The body already knows the path. And somewhere in the darkness, the next sleep cycle is beginning. The brain is becoming quieter. The body is becoming heavier. The outside world is becoming farther away. And the hidden machinery of sleep continues. Slowly, gently, peacefully, as you drift deeper into the night. And as the night continues, we can follow the quiet chemistry that helps keep sleep alive. Deep inside the brain, sleep is never simply the absence of wakefulness. It is a carefully regulated state. Different chemical messengers rise and fall. Different groups of neurons become active or quiet. And the balance between them helps determine whether you remain awake or drift towards sleep. Imagine a great harbor at night. During the day, hundreds of boats arrive and depart. Signals flash. Engines hum. Workers move between docks. But as darkness settles, the harbor changes. The large ships become still. The lights become softer. Only a few boats continue moving. The harbor has not stopped functioning. It has simply entered another state. Your brain does something similar. During wakefulness, several systems help keep you alert. They support attention, movement, curiosity, and your ability to respond to the world. As sleep approaches, the balance begins to change. Sleep-promoting signals become stronger. Alerting systems become quieter. And gradually, the brain crosses the boundary into sleep. One of the important chemical signals involved in this transition is GABA. GABA is a neurotransmitter that generally reduces activity in many neurons. It acts as an important braking signal in the nervous system. You can imagine it as a gentle hand lowering the volume of a busy room, not shutting everything off, just reducing the activity enough for the system to settle. During the approach to sleep, inhibitory networks become increasingly important. The brain begins turning down some of the systems that keep you alert. The outside world becomes less compelling. Thoughts become slower. Attention becomes less focused. And eventually, sleep takes over. This is why falling asleep can feel like losing the sharp edges of thought. A sentence begins, but does not finish. An image appears, then changes. You remember something, then suddenly think about something completely unrelated. The mind becomes less organized. That is not failure. It is transition. Your brain is changing state. Imagine watching clouds from a quiet hillside. At first, you can clearly identify each cloud. That one looks like a ship. That one looks like a mountain. Then the wind changes. The shapes stretch. They blend together. One becomes another. Eventually, you stop trying to name them. You simply watch. The transition into sleep can feel like that. Thoughts lose their sharp boundaries. And then, you may suddenly realize that you were asleep. Perhaps you hear yourself thinking something strange. Maybe you imagine a place. Maybe you feel as though you are falling. These experiences can occur during the early stages of sleep. They are sometimes called hypnagogic experiences. They can be visual, auditory, or physical, and they can be wonderfully strange. You might see a brief flash of light, hear a voice that was never spoken, feel as though someone touched your shoulder, sense yourself falling, or imagine that you are already somewhere else. These sensations can happen as the brain transitions away from ordinary waking consciousness. They are usually brief. and they often disappear once deeper sleep begins. Imagine standing at the shoreline between two worlds. Behind you, the familiar world of wakefulness. Ahead, the strange landscape of dreams. For a moment, you stand between them. You can still hear the real world, while pieces of the dream world begin appearing. Then, the boundary disappears. You have crossed over. And now, your brain enters a more stable sleep state. The world outside becomes less important. The muscles relax further. Your heart slows. Your breathing settles. And the electrical patterns of the brain change. This is where sleep spindles become especially interesting. Sleep spindles are short bursts of rhythmic brain activity that occur during N2 sleep. They last only a few seconds, yet they may play important roles in communication between different parts of the brain, particularly in relation to memory and learning. Scientists continue studying their exact functions, but their presence reminds us that sleep is filled with organized activity. Imagine a distant lighthouse sending a series of brief flashes across a dark ocean. One flash, then darkness. Another flash, then darkness. The pattern is short, but meaningful. Sleep spindles are somewhat like tiny bursts of coordinated activity within the sleeping brain. They appear, fade, and appear again. Another remarkable pattern is the K-complex. These are relatively large, slow brain waves that can occur naturally during N2 sleep. They may arise spontaneously or in response to certain external stimuli. Researchers believe they may help maintain sleep while also allowing the brain to respond appropriately to the environment. Again, the sleeping brain is balancing two needs. Stay asleep, but remain capable of responding. Remain quiet, but do not become completely disconnected. It is an elegant compromise. The brain does not simply close its doors. It lowers the lights, reduces unnecessary activity, and keeps a small part of its attention available. Now, as sleep becomes deeper, the electrical activity changes again. Slow waves begin to dominate. Large groups of neurons move through coordinated cycles. The brain becomes quieter, but in a very organized way. Imagine a field of tall grass beneath a slow-moving wind. At first, every blade seems to move independently. Then a broad wave passes across the field. Thousands of blades bend together, then rise again. Another wave follows. The movement is slow, smooth, and coordinated. Deep sleep is somewhat like this. Large networks of neurons become synchronized in slow rhythms. This state is often called slow-wave sleep. It is the deepest stage of non-REM sleep. During it, your muscles are deeply relaxed. Your heart rate is generally lower. Your breathing is slower. Your body is difficult to awaken, and the brain is producing its characteristic slow electrical rhythms. If someone speaks quietly nearby, you may not hear them. If a light changes in the room, you may not notice. Your awareness of the outside world is extremely low. You are deep inside sleep. And while you are there, the body continues its quiet maintenance. This is one of the periods when growth hormone secretion is especially prominent. Growth hormone has important roles in growth and tissue maintenance. The body is not simply resting. It is using the nighttime environment to support normal biological processes. Imagine a workshop after closing time. During the day, workers build things. Tools move. Machines operate. Orders arrive. Then the doors close. The workshop becomes quiet. But inside, a smaller team begins maintenance. Machines are checked. Equipment is cleaned. Supplies are organized. The building prepares for another day. Sleep is not exactly the same, but the idea is useful. Some of the body's most important work does not need conscious attention. And while you sleep, your immune system continues its own communication. Immune cells release signals. Other cells respond. The body monitors its internal environment. Some of this activity changes with the sleep-wake cycle. Sleep and immunity are deeply connected. When the body is fighting an infection, sleep patterns can change. You may feel more tired. You may sleep longer. Your body may encourage rest. At the same time, normal sleep supports healthy immune regulation. It is a two-way relationship. Imagine a village preparing for winter. Food is stored. Shelters are strengthened. Tools are repaired. The community becomes quieter. The goal is not to produce something dramatic. The goal is readiness. Sleep is partly about readiness too. Preparing the body. Preparing the brain. Preparing the immune system. Preparing you for another day. Now, let us return to the strange relationship between sleep and memory. There are different forms of memory. Some memories involve facts. Some involve experiences. Some involve skills. Some involve emotional associations. And sleep interacts with many of them. Suppose you spend an evening learning a new word. At first, it feels unfamiliar. You repeat it. You use it in a sentence. You hear it again. The word begins becoming easier to recognize. Then you sleep. The next morning, the word may feel more familiar. This is not because your brain was consciously studying while you slept. It is because sleep can help stabilize recently learned information. Now imagine learning a melody. You hear the notes. You practice them. You make mistakes. You repeat the sequence. Eventually, you can play part of it without thinking. Then you sleep. The next day, your fingers may remember the sequence more easily. Sleep has helped the nervous system consolidate the skill. The same principle can apply to physical coordination. A new movement can become smoother after sleep. A practice sequence can become more automatic. The brain continues adapting after the conscious practice has ended. This is one of the quiet miracles of learning. You can stop practicing, and the brain can continue processing. Now, let us visit the emotional side of memory. Suppose something important happened during the day. Maybe it was joyful, maybe confusing, maybe disappointing, maybe simply unusual. The experience enters memory, but the emotional response may remain strong. Sleep gives the brain time to process the experience. During sleep, memories can be reactivated. The brain can integrate them with older information, and over time, the emotional meaning of an experience may change. Again, this is not magic. Sleep cannot erase grief. It cannot solve every problem, but it can provide the brain with time to process. Imagine a photograph left on a table overnight. During the day, the image is surrounded by activity. People walk past. Objects are moved. Noise fills the room. At night, everything becomes still. The photograph remains. You can finally look at it without distraction. Sleep gives the brain something like that quiet space. And perhaps, this is why some memories feel different after sleep. The facts remain, but the emotional distance can change. The experience becomes part of your larger story. Now, let us move toward the relationship between sleep and decision making. When you are well rested, attention is generally more stable. Working memory can function better. Reaction time is typically faster, and the brain is better prepared to evaluate information. When you are severely sleep deprived, these abilities can decline. You may make mistakes you would normally avoid. You may struggle to concentrate. You may overlook details. You may feel mentally foggy. The brain requires sleep not because it is weak, but because it is extraordinarily complex. A system this complicated needs time to maintain itself. Imagine a powerful computer running continuously for days. Eventually, performance may suffer, not because the machine has forgotten how to work, but because continuous operation creates demands that require maintenance. The brain is not a computer, but the metaphor helps. Sleep provides a biological period of restoration and reorganization. And perhaps, the most interesting part is that the brain does not wait until you are awake to prepare for tomorrow. It begins during sleep. Your memories are being organized. Your neural networks are being adjusted. Your emotional experiences are being processed. Your body is maintaining itself. Your internal chemistry is shifting, and the biological clock is preparing the transition toward morning. Then, slowly, the deepest part of the night passes. The cycles begin changing. Deep sleep becomes less prominent. REM periods tend to become longer. Dreams may become more vivid. The brain becomes increasingly active. It is almost as if the night begins with silence, then gradually becomes more musical. The slow rhythms of deep sleep dominate early. Later, the dream-rich periods become longer, and eventually, morning approaches. The first signs of morning begin inside you. Cortisol follows its normal daily rhythm. Body temperature starts rising. Melatonin decreases as biological day approaches. The brain becomes increasingly ready for wakefulness. You may still be asleep, but your body is already preparing. This is why waking does not always feel like a sudden switch. The process can begin before your eyes open. Imagine dawn in a quiet forest. At first, nothing seems to change. Then one bird sings. Another responds. A faint line of light appears beyond the trees. Leaves become visible. The darkness slowly retreats. Morning does not arrive all at once. It spreads. Wakefulness can arrive in much the same way. A dream fades. Awareness returns. You sense the room. You notice the blanket. You hear the outside world. You recognize yourself. And finally, your eyes open. Perhaps you remain still for a moment. You may not know immediately what time it is. You may still feel part of the dream. Then the room becomes familiar. You remember where you are. The day begins. And yet, inside your brain, the night has left its mark. Memories have been processed. Neural connections have changed. Emotional experiences have been integrated. Your body has followed its nighttime rhythms. And now, you are ready to interact with the world again. This is why sleep is such a remarkable biological state. It is not simply an absence of activity. It is a different form of activity, a different rhythm, a different organization, a different way of being alive. And perhaps, as you listen now, you can imagine that same rhythm beginning again. The room grows dark. Your eyes become heavy. The sounds of the day become distant. Your thoughts become softer. Your breathing settles. And the first chemical signals of sleep begin their quiet work. You do not have to command the process. You do not have to make anything happen. You simply allow the body to move naturally toward rest. The brain knows how to quiet itself. The heart knows how to slow. The lungs know how to breathe. The muscles know how to relax. The biological clock knows how to keep time. And as you drift, the world of wakefulness can become smaller. The room becomes less important. The clock becomes less important. Tomorrow becomes less important. Even the story becomes less important. There is only the quiet rhythm of the body. In and out, beat and beat, wave and wave. The sleeping brain is already waiting for the next cycle, waiting for the next slow wave, waiting for another dream, waiting for the return of morning. So let yourself become still. Let your body sink gently into the surface beneath you. Let the muscles around your face relax. Let your shoulders drop. Let your hands rest. Let your breathing remain easy. And if thoughts appear, let them pass. You do not need to follow them. They can drift away like clouds across a dark sky. The night is quiet. The body is working. The brain is resting and changing and remembering and preparing. You are not required to do anything. You can simply be here, in this quiet moment, as the ancient rhythm of sleep carries you onward. Deeper, slower, softer, into the peaceful nighttime world, where the mind becomes quiet, the body becomes still, and life continues gently beneath the surface. And now, as the night grows quieter, let us enter one of the most fascinating discoveries in modern sleep science: the hidden cleaning system of the brain. During the day, your brain is extraordinarily busy. Billions of neurons communicate. Signals travel from one region to another. Memories are formed. Decisions are made. Images are interpreted. Sounds are recognized. And all of this activity requires energy. Like any busy biological system, the brain also produces waste products as part of its normal metabolism. For many years, scientists wondered how the brain managed this enormous housekeeping task. Then researchers began uncovering evidence for a special fluid-based waste clearance pathway, often called the glymphatic system. Imagine a quiet city after midnight. During the day, streets were filled with people. Vehicles moved through intersections. Stores opened. Deliveries arrived. Thousands of small activities took place at once. But now, the streets are almost empty. The city maintenance crews begin their work. They move through the quiet roads, collecting waste, cleaning public spaces, and preparing everything for another morning. Inside your brain, something conceptually similar appears to happen during sleep. The details are far more complicated, but the basic idea is beautiful. When the brain enters certain sleep states, fluid movement through brain tissue appears to increase, helping support the clearance of some metabolic waste products. One molecule that has received considerable attention is beta amyloid. It is a protein fragment that is normally produced in the brain. The brain has systems for clearing many substances, and sleep appears to influence these processes. Scientists are still studying exactly how the glymphatic system works, how much waste clearance occurs during different stages of sleep, and how these processes relate to long-term brain health. So it is better to imagine this as an active area of science, rather than a simple overnight washing cycle. Still, the picture is remarkable. While you sleep, the brain is not simply sitting quietly. It is changing its internal environment. Fluid moves, chemical concentrations shift, cells communicate, waste products are processed, and the brain continues maintaining itself. Imagine yourself becoming very small, smaller than a grain of sand, and drifting through the spaces between brain cells. Everything around you is soft darkness. Neurons rise like enormous trees. Their branches extend in every direction. Tiny signals travel along them, and between these structures, clear fluid moves gently. There is no rushing water, no dramatic current, just slow movement, quiet exchange, subtle change. The sleeping brain becomes a different landscape. During deep sleep, slow waves pass across large networks of neurons. At the same time, changes in blood volume and fluid movement occur. Researchers are investigating how these rhythms may interact with the movement of cerebrospinal fluid. It is an elegant reminder that electrical activity, blood flow, and fluid movement are not completely separate events. They influence one another within the living brain. And perhaps, while you are lying peacefully in bed, your brain is carrying out thousands of tiny adjustments that you will never feel. There is nothing for you to do. You do not need to help. You simply rest. Now let us leave the microscopic spaces of the brain and return to the larger body, because sleep also affects something you may notice much more easily: your muscles. When you are awake, your muscles are constantly receiving instructions. Stand, walk, turn, reach, balance, hold, release. Even when you are sitting quietly, small muscles are making tiny adjustments. But during sleep, especially during deeper stages, the body becomes remarkably still. And during REM sleep, something even more unusual happens. Many of the muscles that normally move your skeleton become temporarily inhibited. This helps prevent you from physically acting out most of the movements occurring in your dreams. You may dream that you are running, yet your legs remain still. You may dream that you are swimming, yet your arms remain beside you. You may dream that you are flying, yet your body remains safely on the mattress. The mind can travel, while the body stays home. There is something wonderfully peaceful about that. You can cross oceans without moving, walk through mountains without taking a step, visit another country without leaving your room. The dream travels for you. Occasionally, this separation between dream experience and physical movement does not happen perfectly. That brings us to sleep paralysis. Sleep paralysis can occur when awareness returns while the temporary muscle inhibition associated with REM sleep is still present. A person may feel awake, yet find that moving is difficult or temporarily impossible. Some people also experience vivid dream-like sensations during this state. They may see shapes, hear sounds, or feel as though someone is nearby. These experiences can feel very real because parts of the dreaming system may still be active. Although sleep paralysis can be unsettling, it is generally brief, and understanding what is happening can make the experience much less mysterious. The brain and body are simply moving through different stages at slightly different speeds. Awareness has returned, but the body has not completely finished leaving the REM state. Imagine a theater after a performance. The audience has already entered the lobby. The curtains have opened. But backstage, a few lights are still being switched off. The performance is over. Yet the building has not completely returned to daytime operation. Sleep paralysis can be thought of as a strange moment between two states. Awareness has returned, while the body is still completing the transition. Eventually, the muscles regain normal control. Movement returns. The strange sensations disappear, and the person is fully awake. Now, let us turn to another nighttime mystery: nightmares. Most dreams are not remembered as frightening, but sometimes the dreaming brain creates an experience filled with fear, urgency, or helplessness. You may dream of falling, being chased, getting lost, missing an important event, or trying to escape from somewhere that does not exist. Why does the brain do this? There is no single answer. Dreams are complex, and scientists continue debating their precise functions. But emotions are clearly an important part of dreaming. The brain regions involved in emotional processing can be active during REM sleep. Memories and emotional experiences may also influence dream content. Imagine a theater where the brain has collected scenes from many years of life. A childhood street, a difficult conversation, a strange movie, a familiar face, a place you once visited, a fear you once experienced. During a dream, pieces of these experiences may be combined. The result may be frightening, even if there is no real danger in the bedroom. And then, you wake. The room is quiet. The danger is gone. The dream fades. You look around and realize that you are safe in your bed. The heart may settle. Breathing becomes calm. The nervous system returns to waking balance, and gradually, the nightmare becomes only a memory. Some people wake from a nightmare with a powerful physical response. Their heart may be beating faster. They may feel warm. Their breathing may change. This is because the brain can activate many of the same emotional systems during dreams that it uses while awake. The body can respond to an imagined situation, even though the situation is not physically happening. This tells us something important about the brain. It does not always require a real event to create a real emotional experience. A memory can make you smile. A thought can make you nervous. A dream can make your heart race. The brain constructs experiences, and the body responds. Now, let us move toward a gentler mystery. Why do some people talk in their sleep? Sleep talking, also called somniloquy, can occur during different stages of sleep. Sometimes the speech is clear. Sometimes it is only a few sounds. Sometimes it makes no sense at all. A person may say a sentence, mumble a few words, or produce sounds that seem completely unrelated to anything happening around them. The sleeping brain is not necessarily following the same rules as the waking brain. Language systems can become active, while conscious awareness remains absent. A person can produce speech without knowing that they are speaking. Imagine a radio accidentally switching on in an empty room. A voice comes through the speaker, but nobody is sitting there consciously choosing the words. Sleep talking is not exactly like that, but the image captures something important. Speech can occur without full waking awareness. Most sleep talking is harmless, and the person often has no memory of it the next morning. Their partner may say, "You were talking last night," And they may answer, I was. The sleeping mind has produced a small message, then forgotten it. Sometimes sleep talking happens alongside dreaming. Sometimes it occurs without a dream that the person remembers. The relationship between the two is not always simple. The brain is capable of producing fragments of speech during several sleep states. And then there is sleepwalking. Sleepwalking usually occurs during non-REM sleep, often during deeper sleep. A person may sit up, stand, walk around, or perform simple actions while not fully awake. Their movements can look surprisingly purposeful, yet their conscious awareness is reduced. Again, this reflects the unusual separation that can occur between different brain systems during sleep. Movement systems can become active, while the networks supporting full conscious awareness remain in a sleep state. Imagine an old house with several rooms. One room contains the lights, another contains the doors, another controls the heating. During the night, one room becomes active while the others remain quiet. The house is functioning, but not all of its systems are operating in the same state. Sleepwalking can be thought of as a temporary mismatch between systems. Sleepwalking is more common in children than adults, and many children eventually stop experiencing it as they grow. The nervous system continues developing throughout childhood, and sleep architecture changes with age. And this brings us to one of the most fascinating questions of all. Why do children need so much sleep? A newborn can spend a remarkable portion of the day asleep. Young children generally need more sleep than adults. Teenagers often need more sleep than adults as well. Yet their natural biological timing can shift later. This is not simply laziness. The developing brain and body have enormous biological demands. Imagine a new city being built. The roads are still forming. Buildings are still rising. Electrical networks are expanding. Water systems are being installed. Communication lines are being connected. A developing body is similarly busy. Growth, learning, hormonal development, and brain maturation all require enormous amounts of biological work. Sleep provides a major part of the environment in which this development occurs. During childhood, the brain is forming and refining enormous numbers of connections. Experiences shape neural networks. Language develops. Movement becomes more coordinated. Memory expands. The child is learning how the world works. Sleep is woven into these processes. And then, the teenage years arrive. The biology of sleep changes. The circadian rhythm often shifts later. A teenager may naturally become sleepy later in the evening and want to wake later in the morning. Yet school schedules often require early waking. This mismatch can make mornings difficult. It is not always a question of motivation. Biology matters. Imagine a clock inside the body, quietly moving its hands. For a teenager, the internal clock may be shifted later, but the alarm clock on the bedside table still rings at the same hour. The body says, "Not yet." The alarm says, "Now." As adulthood arrives, sleep patterns generally become more stable, but aging brings further changes. Older adults may spend less time in deep, slow-wave sleep. Sleep can become lighter. People may wake more often during the night. Circadian rhythms can shift earlier. The architecture of sleep changes across the lifespan. This is another beautiful reminder that sleep is not fixed. the sleep of an infant, a teenager, an adult, and an older person can all look different. The underlying need for sleep remains, but the pattern changes with the body. Imagine the same river flowing through different seasons. In spring, the river is full and energetic. In summer, its flow changes. In autumn, the banks become quieter. In winter, the surface may move more slowly. It is still the same river, but the rhythm changes. Sleep is like that. The basic process remains, while the architecture evolves throughout life. And now, let us think about what happens when sleep is interrupted. Perhaps you wake because of a sound. You check the clock, then return to bed. Perhaps you wake because you need water. Perhaps the room is too warm. Perhaps a thought appears. Then you fall asleep again. A short awakening may be forgotten completely by morning. The brain can move briefly toward wakefulness, then return to sleep. These transitions can happen many times during a night. Not every awakening reaches full conscious awareness. Sometimes the brain simply shifts into lighter sleep, then descends again. Imagine waves on a dark ocean. The surface rises slightly, then settles, rises, then settles. From the shore, you might not notice every small change. Sleep has similar fluctuations. It is not perfectly flat. It moves. Now, consider what happens after a night of very little sleep. The body carries a sleep debt. You may feel heavy. Your attention may wander. Your reaction time can slow. Your memory may be less reliable. Your emotions may feel harder to regulate. The desire for sleep becomes stronger. Imagine carrying a backpack that becomes heavier with every mile. At first, you barely notice. Then the weight begins affecting your steps. Your pace slows. You become less efficient. Eventually, you need to put the backpack down. Sleep is not exactly the same, but the metaphor helps. As sleep pressure builds, the need for rest becomes harder to ignore. And after enough sleep, some of that pressure is relieved. You may wake feeling clearer. The mind becomes more stable. The body feels lighter. Attention returns. But sleep recovery is not always as simple as paying back every missed hour one for one. The body responds to sleep loss in complex ways. After deprivation, deep sleep may become more prominent. The brain can alter the distribution of sleep stages. The body attempts to restore balance. This is another example of biological regulation. The system notices the disturbance and responds. Now, let us imagine one final long night. The room is dark. The curtains are closed. Outside, the world is quiet. Inside, your body has entered deep sleep. The brain is moving through slow waves. Fluid is circulating through microscopic spaces. Cells continue their metabolism. The immune system continues its quiet communication. Memories are being processed. Muscles are still. The heart beats steadily. The lungs rise and fall. Nothing needs to be hurried. The night has its own pace. Hours pass. A dream appears. Perhaps you are standing beside an ocean. The water is calm. Moonlight rests across the surface. You hear gentle waves reaching the shore. There is no destination, nothing to accomplish. You simply stand there, watching the water. Then the dream changes. You are walking through a quiet forest. Leaves move softly above you. A cool breeze passes between the trees. Far away, you hear an owl. The path is familiar, though you do not remember ever walking it. You continue, slowly, without needing to know where it leads. Then the dream becomes softer. The forest fades. The moonlight disappears. The ocean becomes a distant memory. And once again, you are simply sleeping. Your brain continues its cycles. Deep sleep, lighter sleep, REM, then another cycle. The night slowly moves toward morning. And perhaps, somewhere around this time, your body begins preparing for the day. Temperature rises gently. Hormonal rhythms change. Melatonin begins falling. The brain becomes more responsive. Your internal clock approaches its daytime phase. But you do not need to wake yet. You can remain in the quiet. The morning can wait. A little more time passes. The first faint light appears beyond the horizon. Birds begin moving. A distant vehicle travels along a road. The world is slowly returning. Inside your room, you remain still. And eventually, you cross the final boundary. The dream fades. The room returns. You sense the pillow, the blanket, the air against your skin. Your eyes open. For a few moments, you may simply lie there, not thinking, not planning, just awake. And then, the new day begins. Your heart adjusts to activity. Your muscles begin moving. Your attention returns to the outside world. The sleeping brain becomes a waking brain. The hidden nighttime journey has ended. But perhaps, the most beautiful thought is this. You never had to consciously manage any of it. You did not tell your brain when to produce slow waves. You did not instruct your heart to slow. You did not organize the fluid inside your brain. You did not command your memories to settle. You did not tell your cells to continue working. You simply rested, and your body carried on. Every night, you enter this hidden world, a world of rhythms, chemistry, memory, dreams, and quiet biological maintenance. A world that has been part of human life for as long as humans have existed. And tonight, when the day becomes quiet again, you will return to it. The lights will fade. The room will become still. Your thoughts will soften. Your breathing will settle. And slowly, the doorway will appear. You will not need to find it. Sleep will find you. And as you drift toward that peaceful boundary, remember that beneath the stillness, life continues. The brain remains active. The heart keeps time. The lungs keep breathing. Cells keep communicating. The body keeps its ancient rhythm. Nothing is waiting for you. Nothing needs to be solved tonight. Tomorrow will arrive when it is ready. For now, there is only rest. So let the day become distant. Let the room become quiet. Let your body become heavy. And allow the final hours of the night to carry you gently onward, through the hidden science of sleep, toward the soft light of morning. And when morning finally comes, you can open your eyes, take a slow breath, and begin again. And now, as the night continues toward its quieter hours, let us explore something almost everyone has experienced. That strange moment when you wake in the middle of the night, look around, and wonder why you are awake at all. Sometimes there is no obvious reason, no loud noise, no dream you can remember, no urgent need. You simply open your eyes. The room is dark. The clock says an unfamiliar hour, and for a few moments, you lie completely still. Nighttime awakenings are a normal part of human sleep. Sleep is not always one uninterrupted block. The brain naturally moves between different levels of sleep throughout the night. You may briefly become more alert between cycles, sometimes without remembering it in the morning. In other cases, you become fully awake. Perhaps you turn over. Perhaps you drink some water. Perhaps you look at the clock. Then, eventually, you drift back down. Imagine a small boat floating on a dark lake. Most of the time, the boat rests quietly on the surface, but every so often, a gentle wave lifts it. The boat rises, then settles again. Nothing is wrong. The lake is simply moving. Sleep can behave in much the same way. Your brain does not remain at exactly the same depth all night. It rises, falls, changes, and cycles. The problem sometimes begins when you become fully alert and start thinking about being awake. You notice the clock. You calculate how many hours remain. You wonder whether you will be tired tomorrow. The mind becomes active, and suddenly, the quiet state you were in has disappeared. So sometimes, the gentlest response to a nighttime awakening is simply to let it be. No need to solve it. No need to calculate. No need to force sleep. Just rest. The body already remembers the path back. Now imagine the clock beside the bed. Its hands continue moving. 1 minute, then another, but you do not need to follow them. Time is passing whether you watch it or not. You can let the clock keep its own rhythm, while you return your attention to breathing, to warmth, to stillness. And eventually, the brain begins moving back towards sleep. Thoughts become less organized. The body becomes heavier. The outside world becomes distant. And the next cycle begins. There is another fascinating nighttime experience. The feeling that you are falling. Perhaps you have experienced it just as you were drifting off. Suddenly, your body seems to drop. You may feel as though you are falling from a great height. Your muscles may twitch, and for a moment, you are completely awake. This sensation is known as a hypnic jerk. It is a common phenomenon that can occur during the transition into sleep. The exact reason is not completely understood. One possibility is that as the muscles relax rapidly, the brain interprets the sudden change in muscle activity as movement. Another theory connects the sensation with ancient reflexes, but scientists are still studying the phenomenon. Whatever the precise explanation, the experience is fascinating. Your body is becoming still, and for one brief moment, the brain seems to ask, "Did we just fall?" Then you realize you are still safely in bed. The room is quiet. Nothing happened. The sensation disappears, and you drift again. Imagine standing at the edge of a cliff in a dream. Your foot slips. You fall, and suddenly, you wake. Your heart may beat faster. Your eyes open. You realize the fall was never real. It was a brief crossing between waking and sleep. These strange experiences remind us that falling asleep is not a single instant. It is a transition. The brain and body are gradually changing. Muscles relax. Attention fades. Brain rhythms shift. And sometimes, those changes create unusual sensations. Now, let us return to dreams. Why do we dream about people we have not seen in years? Perhaps an old friend appears, someone from school, a relative, a person you barely remember. They may suddenly appear in a dream, as though no time has passed. The brain stores enormous amounts of information: faces, voices, places, emotions, and fragments of experiences. A memory does not have to be consciously remembered every day to remain represented somewhere within the brain. During dreams, old fragments may become active again. Imagine walking through an enormous museum. You enter a room you have never visited. On the walls are faces, some familiar, some forgotten, some you have not seen for decades. You stop in front of one, and suddenly, you remember. Dreaming can sometimes feel like wandering through such a museum. The brain opens doors that waking life rarely visits. And sometimes, the person in the dream may not actually represent that person. They may simply be part of a larger emotional memory, a face connected with childhood, a voice associated with safety, a person linked to a particular period of life. The dream may borrow the image, while the deeper experience is about something else. Again, there is no single explanation for every dream. Dreams are personal, complex, and still partly mysterious. Now, let us think about something even more unusual. Why can a dream create a place you have never consciously seen? You may dream about a strange city, a hallway, a landscape, a house, a coastline. It feels new, yet somehow familiar. The brain is remarkably good at constructing environments. It can combine pieces of real places, imagined spaces, and memories, creating something that seems completely original. Imagine an artist who has seen thousands of landscapes: a forest, a desert, a city, an ocean, a mountain. The artist could combine elements from all of them, creating a landscape that does not exist anywhere on Earth. The brain can do something similar during dreaming. And then, the dream ends. The landscape disappears. The city vanishes. The people fade. The story dissolves. Morning returns. Perhaps this is why dreams can feel like places we briefly visited, rather than stories we simply imagined. The brain constructed an environment, and for a while, you inhabited it. Now, let us explore why dreams can sometimes repeat. A person may dream about the same house several times, the same road, the same situation, the same feeling. Perhaps the details change, but the emotional theme remains. Repeated dreams may reflect recurring concerns, memories, or patterns of emotional processing. But again, there is no universal meaning assigned to a particular dream. Dream interpretation is not a precise scientific dictionary. A dream about water does not automatically mean one thing. A dream about falling does not automatically mean another. The sleeping brain is more complicated than symbols in a simple chart. Dreams belong to the individual. The same image can mean something completely different to different people. And sometimes, a dream may simply be a dream. That thought can be comforting. You do not need to decode everything your sleeping mind creates. You can let some mysteries remain mysteries. Now, let us travel back to the physical body. While you sleep, your muscles are not completely inactive. Small movements happen. You may change position, scratch your face, pull the blanket, move your feet, turn your head. These movements help maintain comfort. But there is something interesting about how the brain controls them. During most of the night, movement remains possible. During REM, many skeletal muscles are strongly inhibited. This creates a fascinating contrast. the brain can be highly active, while the body remains almost motionless. Perhaps this is why dreams can feel like movies. The brain creates movement without requiring physical movement. You can run, jump, swim, fly, or dance, but the body remains in bed. The dream world is therefore a place where movement becomes imagination. The brain does not need muscles to travel. Now, consider sound. Sometimes a sound from the real world enters a dream. A phone rings, and in the dream, it becomes a church bell. A car horn becomes a trumpet. Someone speaks nearby, and the voice becomes part of the dream. The brain can incorporate external information into an ongoing dream. Imagine a painter working on a picture. Someone opens a window. A breeze enters. The painter does not stop. Instead, the new movement becomes part of the painting. The sleeping brain can sometimes do something similar. External signals enter, and the dream incorporates them. This does not happen every time. Most outside information may simply be ignored, but occasionally, the sleeping brain finds a way to weave it into the dream. And now, the night continues. Perhaps your own environment has small sounds around you. A fan, air moving through a window, a distant vehicle, a quiet hum. You do not need to identify them. Let them remain part of the background. Your brain is already practicing the same skill. Filtering, ignoring, selecting, resting. Now, let us think about the relationship between sleep and pain. Sleep and pain influence each other in complicated ways. Pain can make sleep difficult, and poor sleep can influence how strongly the body experiences pain. This relationship involves the nervous system, immune signaling, hormones, and emotional processing. Imagine a volume knob. The physical signal may remain the same, but the brain can change how strongly that signal is experienced. Sleep can influence this system. A rested nervous system may process certain sensations differently from a sleep-deprived one. This is another reason why sleep is not simply about energy. It affects how the nervous system interprets the world. Touch, temperature, pain, movement, emotion, all are influenced by the state of the brain. Now, let us visit another quiet part of the body, the bones. Bones may seem completely inactive, but they are living tissue. They are constantly being remodeled. Old material is removed. New material is formed. Cells called osteoclasts break down bone tissue, while osteoblasts help build it. The balance changes throughout life. Sleep is part of the larger hormonal environment that supports these processes. The body uses the night to regulate many signals involved in growth and repair. Again, the exact processes are complex, but the larger lesson is simple. Your skeleton is not an inert frame. It is living tissue, constantly adapting. Imagine an old stone bridge. From the outside, it looks unchanged, but engineers are quietly inspecting it. Tiny cracks are being monitored. Small repairs are being made. Materials are being replaced. The bridge looks still, yet maintenance continues. Your bones are similar. They may look solid and permanent, but inside, they are alive. And sleep is part of the environment in which this living tissue functions. Now, consider your muscles again. During deep sleep, the body is generally relaxed. This does not mean every muscle is doing nothing. The heart is a muscle. The diaphragm continues helping you breathe. Other muscles maintain essential functions, but the large voluntary muscles can finally stop carrying the demands of waking life. You no longer need to hold your head upright. You do not need to stabilize your spine while walking. You do not need to keep your fingers ready to type. You do not need to move your legs through a busy street. The body is supported by the bed. Gravity still exists, but your muscles have far less work to do. Imagine taking off a heavy backpack at the end of a long hike. The weight disappears. Your shoulders relax. Your posture changes. You finally realize how much effort you had been using simply to carry yourself. Sleep offers a similar release, not only from physical movement, but from the constant adjustments required by waking life. And perhaps this is why the first moments after waking can feel so different. You stretch, your arms move, your legs extend, the spine changes position, blood pressure adjusts, the heart responds, the nervous system becomes more alert, the body returns to the physical world. You are no longer floating in dreams. You are once again occupying a room, a bed, a house, a world. And yet, the quiet work of the night remains with you. The memories you consolidated, the emotional processing, the restored attention, the changed biological rhythms, the subtle adjustments throughout the body. A new day begins with the invisible work of the previous night behind it. Now, let us think about the enormous amount of time humans spend sleeping. If a person sleeps around 8 hours a night, that is roughly 1/3 of life. 1/3. It sounds enormous. And yet, from the perspective of biology, that time is not wasted. It is part of the architecture of life. Imagine a tree. For much of the year, you can see its leaves. You can watch them move in the wind. You can see sunlight touching the branches. But beneath the soil, roots are growing. Water is moving. Fungi are interacting with the roots. Nutrients are being exchanged. The tree is alive beneath the visible surface. Sleep is similar. The visible person becomes still, while hidden biological processes continue. So perhaps we should stop thinking of sleep as a blank space. It is not an interruption to life. It is one of life's major rhythms. Wakefulness, sleep, activity, rest, learning, consolidation, experience, recovery. The cycle repeats. And as we approach the final stretch of this long journey, we can begin bringing all these pieces together. The heart, the lungs, the brain, the cells, the hormones, the memories, the dreams, the immune system, the biological clock. All of them are connected. None works completely alone. The brain influences the body. The body sends information back to the brain. Hormones influence both. Light influences the biological clock. The clock influences sleep. Sleep influences hormones. Hormones influence metabolism. Metabolism influences the brain. The entire system is interconnected. Imagine a vast orchestra. The violin cannot perform independently of the rhythm. The drums cannot ignore the melody. The wind instruments depend on the conductor. Every section has its own role, but the music exists because they work together. The sleeping body is similar. Every organ has its own tasks, yet all are connected through shared biological rhythms. And tonight, when you sleep, that orchestra will perform again, quietly, without an audience, without applause, without you needing to hear it. The heart will beat, the lungs will breathe, the brain will cycle, the cells will communicate, the body will regulate itself, and somewhere in the darkness, dreams may appear. Perhaps you will remember them, perhaps you will not. Perhaps you will wake once during the night. Perhaps you will sleep straight through. Perhaps morning will arrive naturally. Perhaps an alarm will call you back. Whatever happens, the basic journey remains. Wakefulness fades. Sleep begins. The body changes. The brain changes. And eventually, morning returns. For now, you can simply rest. There is nothing you need to understand completely. Science can describe many pieces, but sleep remains larger than any single explanation. It is physiology. It is chemistry. It is memory. It is rhythm. It is consciousness. And it is also mystery. The night continues, and the hidden world inside you continues with it. Slowly, quietly, patiently, as you drift deeper into the final chapters of the night, and closer, ever closer, to the soft arrival of morning. And now, as we move deeper into the final part of this journey, there is one more remarkable idea to explore. The body does not simply sleep. It learns how to sleep. From the first nights of infancy, through childhood, adolescence, adulthood, and into old age, the architecture of sleep changes with us. Yet beneath all those changes, the same ancient rhythm remains. Wakefulness, sleep, dreaming, and morning. Think of a house that has been lived in for many years. The rooms remain, but the furniture changes. Windows are replaced. Walls are painted. Some rooms become more important. Others are used less often. The house changes. Yet it remains the same home. Your sleep is like that. The basic structure remains recognizable, while the details evolve throughout life. A newborn sleeps very differently from an adult. For a newborn, sleep may arrive in short periods throughout the day and night. There is not yet the strong, consolidated nighttime schedule that most adults eventually develop. The developing nervous system is still learning the rhythm of day and night. As months pass, the circadian system becomes more organized. Nighttime sleep gradually becomes more consolidated. The child begins spending more time awake during the day and more time asleep at night. The pattern slowly takes shape. And perhaps there is something beautiful about this. The biological clock is not simply installed perfectly at birth. It develops. It becomes synchronized with light, feeding, activity, and the environment. The child gradually learns the rhythm of the planet. Day arrives, night follows, and the body begins to understand. As childhood continues, sleep remains deeply important. The brain is developing rapidly. Language is expanding. Movement becomes more coordinated. Memories accumulate. The child is constantly building an understanding of the world, and sleep becomes part of that process. Imagine a young tree. Every year, new branches appear. Some grow longer. Some are removed. The shape changes. The roots extend deeper. The tree is not simply getting larger. It is becoming more organized. The developing brain is similar. Experience creates new patterns. Repeated experience strengthens some pathways. Other pathways become less important. Sleep participates in this ongoing organization. Then comes adolescence, and with it, another shift. The biological clock often moves later. A teenager may not feel naturally sleepy as early as a young child. The brain is undergoing enormous changes. While the schedule of school and daily life may demand early mornings, this can create a difficult mismatch. Imagine two clocks hanging on the same wall. One says, "Time to sleep." The other says, "Time to wake." Both are working, but they disagree. The body follows its internal rhythm. The outside schedule follows another. Eventually, adulthood arrives. For many people, sleep becomes more predictable. The circadian rhythm settles into a more stable pattern. But life introduces its own challenges. Work, family, responsibilities, travel, stress, artificial light, late evenings, early mornings. The biological system remains ancient, while the modern world becomes increasingly complicated. And this is why sleep can sometimes be difficult even when you are exhausted. The need for sleep may be strong, but the timing signals may not be perfectly aligned. You may be tired, yet your mind remains active. Or you may feel sleepy at an inconvenient hour. The body is balancing multiple systems at once. But eventually, when darkness, sleep pressure, and internal timing come together, the transition becomes easier. The eyes grow heavy, the thoughts slow, the body settles, and sleep arrives. Now, let us think about something very simple. The position of your head on the pillow. You probably never think about it. Yet during the night, your brain constantly receives information from your neck, your muscles, your skin, and your joints. It knows roughly where your body is. It knows when your head has moved. It knows when pressure has changed. And sometimes, without waking you, the body adjusts. You turn slightly. The pillow shifts. Your shoulder moves. Your legs change position. The blanket settles. Then, still asleep, you continue. This is another example of how much the body can do without conscious attention. During waking life, you may believe that you control every movement, but most of the time, you are not consciously directing every muscle fiber. The nervous system handles an enormous amount automatically. Sleep simply makes that hidden control easier to notice. Imagine a skilled sailor steering a ship through gentle water. The sailor does not move the rudder wildly every second. Tiny adjustments are enough. A little left, a little right, a slight change in speed. The ship remains on course. Your nervous system performs countless tiny adjustments like this, even while you sleep. And then, there is balance. Even when you are lying down, your body continues sensing gravity. The brain still receives information about orientation. The inner ear contains a remarkable system called the vestibular system, which helps detect movement and balance. During sleep, conscious awareness of this information becomes much weaker. But the system itself remains. This is why dreams can create such strange sensations of movement. You may dream that you are flying, falling, spinning, or floating. The brain can generate powerful sensations of movement without your body actually traveling through space. Imagine being inside a silent spacecraft. You are floating without feeling the floor beneath your feet. There is no ordinary sense of up or down. The brain has to construct orientation from different signals. Dreams can sometimes create a similar experience without leaving the bed. And perhaps that is why flying dreams can feel so extraordinary. The brain creates the sensation, and for a few moments, you accept it. No wings are required, no airplane, no mountain, just imagination shaped by neural activity. Now, let us return to the most ordinary thing of all, breathing. You have been breathing throughout this entire story. You probably have not been thinking about it. The lungs have expanded, contracted, expanded again. Your blood has carried oxygen. Carbon dioxide has returned to the lungs. The cycle has repeated over and over. Even while you sleep, this rhythm continues. The brainstem contains networks that help generate and regulate breathing. These systems respond to chemical changes in the blood, including changes related to carbon dioxide and oxygen. Your breathing adjusts automatically. Imagine a lighthouse keeper maintaining a light through the entire night. The keeper does not need to stare at the lamp every second. The system is designed to continue. The light turns again and again through the darkness. Your breathing is like that, a quiet biological rhythm, continuing without conscious supervision. And when you wake, you suddenly become aware of it again. Perhaps you take a deep breath, stretch, yawn, and realize, I am awake. The transition back to consciousness can be surprisingly gentle. You do not always feel fully awake immediately. There is often a period of sleep inertia. For a short time, thinking may feel slow. The world may seem slightly unreal. You may want to remain in bed. This is normal. The brain does not always switch from sleep to full alertness instantly. Imagine sunrise in the mountains. The first light touches the highest peaks. The valleys remain dark. Then, light moves downward. More of the landscape becomes visible. Eventually, the whole valley is bright. Waking can happen in a similar way. Awareness returns gradually. And sometimes, you wake during a dream. For a few seconds, the dream world and the bedroom seem to overlap. You may still remember the dream as though it were happening. Then, the room becomes clear. The dream disappears. This is especially common when waking from REM sleep. Because REM is strongly associated with vivid dreaming, awakening during it can leave a vivid memory behind. You might remember the exact color of a wall, the sound of a voice, the expression on someone's face, the strange feeling of being somewhere else. And then, within minutes, the details begin fading. So if you ever wake from a beautiful dream and feel it disappearing, you can simply let it go. Some dreams are meant to remain mysterious. They do not need to be preserved. They can be part of the night, then become part of the morning's quiet memory. Now, let us think about the final hours before sunrise. Deep sleep becomes less dominant. REM periods become longer. The brain becomes increasingly active. The body begins preparing for daytime. The internal clock shifts. Hormonal rhythms change. Temperature begins to rise. You are moving toward the surface, not suddenly, but gradually. Like a diver slowly rising through the water. The deepest darkness is behind you. Light is approaching, and somewhere outside, the world is beginning to wake. A bird moves through a tree. A distant engine starts. A street light remains on, but the sky behind it is becoming lighter. The earth has continued turning all night. You have been asleep, while the planet moved beneath the stars. This is a beautiful thought. While you slept, the earth traveled through space. You remained still, but the planet never stopped moving. You were carried through the night by a world spinning quietly beneath you. And inside your body, another journey was happening. Your heart kept time. Your lungs exchanged gases. Your brain moved through sleep cycles. Your cells continued their chemistry. Your immune system continued communicating. Your memories were processed. Dreams appeared, then disappeared. All of it, without your conscious participation. Perhaps that is the deepest lesson of sleep. You are part of a living system that knows how to continue. You do not have to control every moment. You do not have to supervise every process. You can let go, and the body continues. This is especially important in a world that often asks us to remain alert. Messages arrive. Notifications appear. Clocks remind us of deadlines. People expect responses. Tomorrow always seems to be waiting. But sleep creates a boundary. For several hours, you step away. The world continues, without requiring your attention. And when you return, you are ready to meet it again. So perhaps tonight, when you close your eyes, you can imagine that you are stepping into a quiet laboratory. But this laboratory is not outside you. It is inside. Every cell is part of it. Every neuron, every blood vessel, every organ, every chemical signal, every heartbeat. The lights are low. The instruments are working. The doors are closed. And the night shift has begun. There is no noise. No rush, no audience, only the gentle work of life. The brain enters its first sleep stage. Thoughts begin to soften. The body relaxes. Then deeper, the outside world becomes distant. Slow waves appear. Then the dream world arrives. Then another cycle, and another. Hours pass, without needing to be counted. The night does not ask you how long you have slept. The body simply follows its rhythm. And perhaps this is why the deepest sleep can feel almost timeless. You are not watching the minutes. You are not measuring the hours. You are simply somewhere beyond ordinary time. The clock continues, but you do not need to. You can rest. As morning approaches, the biological clock begins its quiet preparation. Light enters the environment. Your eyes eventually detect it. Signals travel toward the brain. The internal timing system responds. The body begins moving toward wakefulness. Perhaps you wake naturally. Perhaps an alarm sounds. Perhaps someone opens a door. However it happens, the sleeping world begins to dissolve. You hear the room. You feel the mattress. You sense your hands, your feet, your face. You remember where you are. And then, your eyes open. Morning. For a few seconds, you may simply breathe. There is no need to jump immediately into the day. Let the transition happen. The brain has just completed hours of hidden work. Give it a moment. The first breath of morning enters your lungs. Fresh oxygen travels into the blood. Your heart responds. Your muscles begin waking. Your attention expands. The world becomes clear. The night is over, but the cycle is not. It will return. Tonight, another sleep will come. Another journey through the hidden world. Another series of brain rhythms. Another quiet conversation between body and mind. And that is how human life moves. One day, one night, one breath, one dream, at a time. So now, if you are listening while preparing for sleep, you can let the remaining words become softer. You do not need to remember them. You do not need to follow the story. You can allow your attention to wander. Perhaps you notice the darkness behind your closed eyes. Perhaps you notice the weight of the blanket. Perhaps you hear a distant sound. Perhaps your breathing has already become slower. Let it be. Nothing needs to change. Your body knows what to do. Your brain knows the rhythm. Your heart knows the beat. Your lungs know the breath. Your cells know their work. You can simply rest. And somewhere deep inside, the next sleep cycle is waiting. Not with urgency, not with pressure, just quietly, patiently, as it has done every night. For as long as human beings have slept beneath the changing sky, the world outside grows quiet. The room grows darker. The mind becomes softer. The body becomes heavier. And once again, you begin to drift. Away from clocks, away from schedules, away from the noise of the day, into that gentle hidden world where the brain dreams, the body restores, and time becomes almost impossible to feel. Slowly, softly, peacefully, you float deeper and deeper into sleep. And as the final quiet hours of the night unfold, there is one last place worth visiting, not somewhere far away, but somewhere you carry with you every moment of your life. The space between waking thought and complete rest. The gentle boundary where consciousness becomes softer, where memories lose their sharp edges, and where the brain begins speaking in rhythms that you cannot consciously hear. Imagine yourself lying beneath a quiet night sky. The room around you is dim. The blanket is warm. The pillow supports your head. Outside, the world continues its slow movement. A distant vehicle passes. Leaves shift in the night air. Somewhere far away, a dog barks once, and then everything becomes quiet again. You remain still, and slowly, your attention begins to turn inward. The first thing you may notice is that thoughts become less organized. During the day, your mind tends to move with purpose. You think about what needs to be done. You remember appointments. You solve problems. You plan tomorrow. You replay conversations. You make decisions. But as sleep approaches, those thoughts begin to loosen. One idea touches another. Then another appears. A memory comes forward, then disappears. A completely unrelated image takes its place. This drifting state is sometimes called hypnagogia. The transition between wakefulness and sleep. It can be surprisingly creative. Some people briefly see shapes or flashes of imagery. Others hear fragments of sound. You may feel as though you are falling, floating, or suddenly moving. The experiences can be strange, but they are usually brief. Your brain is changing state. Imagine a shoreline at dusk. Behind you is the bright world of daytime. Ahead is the dark ocean. For a few moments, you stand between land and water. You can still feel the ground beneath your feet, but you can already hear the waves. Then, you step forward. The shore disappears behind you. The water becomes calm, and the world becomes quiet. That is something like falling asleep. You do not always notice the exact moment when it happens. There is no clear door, no bell, no announcement. You simply drift across the boundary. And once you are asleep, your brain begins moving through its organized cycles. Light sleep, deeper sleep, slow wave sleep, REM sleep, then back again. The first cycles of the night tend to contain more deep sleep. Later cycles tend to contain more REM. So the architecture of sleep changes as the night progresses. It is almost like a long musical composition, beginning with slow, deep movements, then gradually becoming more active and dreamlike toward morning. During the deepest sleep, your brain produces large, slow electrical waves. Your muscles are deeply relaxed. Your heart rate is generally lower. Your breathing is slower. Your awareness of the outside world becomes faint. And this deep state is especially important for restoration and memory. The brain is not simply resting. It is operating differently. Large populations of neurons become coordinated. The internal environment changes. Hormonal signals shift, and the body continues its quiet maintenance. Some researchers describe sleep as a period when the brain's internal housekeeping becomes especially active. Fluid movement through the brain changes. Waste clearance processes appear to be influenced by sleep. The exact details are still being investigated, but the general picture is increasingly clear. The sleeping brain is not idle. It is maintaining itself. Imagine a library after closing time. During the day, people move between the shelves. Books are opened. Notes are written. Questions are asked. The library is busy. At night, the doors close. The building becomes quiet, and the librarians begin their work. Books are returned to their places. Tables are cleared. Shelves are checked. The building is prepared for another day. Your brain is not literally a library, but the metaphor gives us a peaceful way to imagine the hidden work of sleep. Information is organized. Connections are adjusted. Memories are processed. The internal environment is regulated, and the brain prepares itself for another day of experience. Now, think about the memories you formed today. Perhaps you heard a new name, learned something interesting, had a conversation, saw a familiar face, walked somewhere, solved a problem, experienced a small moment of happiness. All of those experiences left traces in your nervous system, but they do not all become permanent memories. The brain must decide, in a broad biological sense, what deserves to remain strong. Sleep is deeply involved in this process. During certain stages, patterns associated with recent learning can be reactivated. The hippocampus, an important structure for memory, communicates with other regions of the brain. Information becomes integrated. New experiences become connected with older knowledge. Imagine placing a new book into a very large library. At first, the book is simply new. But then you discover that it belongs near several other books. You find related subjects, similar ideas, earlier chapters, older knowledge. The new book becomes part of a larger collection. Sleep helps the brain perform some version of this integration. And perhaps that is why you can sometimes wake with a clearer understanding of something you studied the day before. The information was not created during sleep. It was already there. The brain simply had time to work with it. This is one of the quiet powers of sleep. You can stop trying, and the brain can continue. Now, let us return to the heart. During much of non-REM sleep, heart rate tends to decrease. Blood pressure generally falls. The cardiovascular system enters a quieter state. It is still working, but the demands are lower. There is no walking, no climbing stairs, no lifting, no running. The body is horizontal, supported, still. Imagine a city highway late at night. During the afternoon, Traffic fills every lane. Cars move constantly. Intersections are busy. Then midnight arrives. The roads remain open, but traffic becomes light. The highway still functions. It simply has less work to handle. Your cardiovascular system experiences a somewhat similar change during sleep. Then REM arrives. The pattern becomes more variable. Heart rate can change. Breathing can change. The nervous system becomes more active. The sleeping body moves into another state. Again, sleep is not one single condition. It is a sequence, a journey, a rhythm. And while the heart changes, your blood continues traveling through large arteries, smaller vessels, and microscopic capillaries. Every cell needs supplies: oxygen, nutrients, chemical signals, and every cell produces waste that must be carried away. The bloodstream performs this enormous transportation task continuously. Imagine a vast network of roads stretching across an entire country. Large highways branch into smaller roads. Smaller roads become streets. Streets become narrow paths. Eventually, every home can be reached. The circulatory system works in a similar way. Large blood vessels branch again and again, until microscopic capillaries reach tissues throughout the body. While you sleep, the roads remain open. The traffic simply follows a different rhythm. Your kidneys continue filtering blood. Your liver continues processing substances. Your digestive system continues its slow work. Your immune system continues monitoring the body. Your skin continues its own renewal. Your bones remain living tissue. Your muscles remain connected to the nervous system. The body never becomes completely inactive. Even in the deepest sleep, life continues. And perhaps, this is the simplest answer to the question that began our journey. What happens while you sleep? You remain alive, but in a different mode. The body becomes quieter. The brain changes its patterns. The outside world becomes less important. Internal maintenance becomes more prominent, and the entire organism moves through a carefully timed sequence. Now, imagine the night reaching its deepest point. The world outside is almost completely dark. The moon may be high above the rooftops. The streets are nearly empty. The air is cool, and you are deep inside sleep. Perhaps you are dreaming. Maybe you are walking beside an ocean. The water is silver beneath the moon. Small waves reach the sand, then disappear. You hear the soft rhythm. Again and again. There is nowhere you need to go. You are simply there. The dream may change. Perhaps the ocean becomes a forest. The sand becomes a path. The moon becomes sunlight. A familiar person appears, then disappears. The dream does not explain itself. It simply moves. And eventually, you wake, but you may not remember any of it. The dream fades before you can hold it. Only a feeling remains. A peaceful feeling. A strange feeling. A feeling that you have been somewhere, without knowing where. That is the nature of dreams. They can be vivid, yet fragile. They can feel enormous, yet disappear within seconds. And perhaps that is perfectly fine. Not everything needs to be remembered. Some experiences can simply pass through you. Now, morning is approaching. The darkness outside begins to soften. The horizon becomes slightly brighter. Birds begin to stir. The first signs of daytime return. And inside you, your biological clock begins its morning work. Your body temperature starts to rise. Hormonal rhythms change. Melatonin declines. Alertness increases. The brain becomes more responsive to the environment. You are beginning to return. Imagine a quiet village before sunrise. At first, every window is dark. Then one light appears. A door opens. Someone begins preparing breakfast. A bird calls from a rooftop. Another answers. Smoke rises gently from a chimney. The village wakes slowly, one small movement at a time. Your body does the same. Not all systems wake simultaneously. The transition is gradual. Your breathing changes. Your heart becomes slightly more active. Your muscles regain more tone. Your brain moves toward wakefulness. The world becomes clearer. And finally, your eyes open. Morning light enters. You see the room. You recognize the ceiling, the pillow, the blanket, the familiar objects around you. You are awake. For a few moments, you may remain completely still, and that is a beautiful moment. You have just crossed from one state of consciousness into another. You do not need to rush. Take a gentle breath. Feel the air entering your lungs. Notice the weight of your body. Notice the quiet. The night has finished its work. And now, the day begins. There will be sounds, people, tasks, conversations, meals, movement, new information, new memories, new experiences, and eventually, another evening. The cycle continues. Sunlight, activity, wakefulness, fatigue, darkness, sleep, dreams, morning. This rhythm is one of the oldest patterns in human life. Before electric lights, before clocks, before cities, humans still slept. The details of our lives have changed dramatically, but the biological need remains. We are creatures of rhythm. Our bodies respond to light. Our brains respond to sleep pressure. Our hormones follow daily patterns. Our temperature rises and falls. Our organs adjust their activity. Our memories are shaped by the passing of day and night. The night is therefore not simply the absence of daylight. It is a biological environment, a different state of the world, and a different state within you. And perhaps, when you think about sleep this way, it becomes easier to appreciate how extraordinary it is. Every night, you surrender control. You close your eyes. You stop consciously directing your experience, and the body takes over. The heart continues. The lungs continue. The brain continues. The cells continue. The blood continues. The hormones continue. Life continues, quietly, while you rest. So tonight, when the room becomes dark again, you can remember this simple image. A quiet house, with one person sleeping inside. From the outside, nothing appears to be happening. The windows are dark. The curtains are still. The bed does not move. There is almost no sound. But inside, an entire universe is awake. Neurons communicate. Blood flows. Cells exchange signals. Memories settle. Hormones change. Dreams appear. The heart keeps time. The lungs breathe. The person looks still, but life is everywhere. And perhaps you can imagine that universe gently glowing beneath the darkness. Not brightly, not dramatically, just enough to remind you that even in complete stillness, you are part of something alive. Now, let the thought become softer. The science can wait. The questions can wait. Tomorrow can wait. The clock can keep moving without you watching it. You can simply rest. If your eyes are already heavy, let them remain closed. If your thoughts are drifting, let them drift. If you hear a sound, let it pass. If a memory appears, let it come and go. You do not need to control the night. You only need to allow it. The body knows the way. The brain knows the rhythm. The next breath will come naturally, then another, and another. The night becomes quieter. Your muscles become softer. Your thoughts become slower. The boundary between one thought and another begins to disappear. And somewhere inside the brain, the first signs of another sleep cycle are already waiting. Perhaps you will notice them. Perhaps you will not. There is no need to know. Just rest. Let the world become distant. Let the room become still. Let the body become heavy. Let the mind become quiet. And as the final words of this journey drift away, you can imagine yourself floating gently on a dark, peaceful sea. Above you, the stars remain. Below you, the water moves slowly. There is no destination, no schedule, no urgency, only the gentle rhythm of the waves. One wave arrives, then leaves. Another follows, slowly, peacefully, without effort. And somewhere far beyond the quiet room, the earth continues turning. The night continues passing. Morning continues approaching. Life continues. But for now, you can simply float, breathe, rest, and drift into the darkness, into the quiet, into the gentle rhythm of sleep, where the brain dreams, the body restores, memories settle, and the hidden machinery of life continues, softly, patiently, peacefully, until another morning arrives. And when it does, you will return, a little more rested, a little more ready, carrying with you another night that you may never remember, but a night in which your entire living body quietly continued its ancient work. For now, there is nothing left to do, only rest, only breathe, only drift, deeper and deeper into sleep.